I tell you, I cannot recommend this enough.
It comes out perfect every single time.
It's awesome.
But watch, remove the center divider and it transforms into a large 25-quart capacity oven for delicious family-size Monday to Sunday meals that cook up to 60% faster. Slow cook a pot of Mama's meatballs, delicious savory chili, or bake the easiest homemade bread without turning on that big oven. You can even cook right from the freezer. Mozzarella sticks from frozen to ooey gooey in minutes, or frozen shrimp to sizzling scampi in just 10 minutes. Now you can try Emeril Lagasse's 25-quart dual-zone air fryer oven with dual cooking chamber, removable oven divider, and toasting rack in your home for 30 days for just $14.99. But wait, you also get Emeril's free downloadable dual-zone recipe book. Order now and we'll automatically upgrade you to his deluxe cooking kit absolutely free, complete with 2 baking sheets, 2 crisper baskets, large baking sheet, the grill plate, the rotisserie spit and fetch tool, plus a 100% satisfaction guarantee and a 1-year VIP protection plan. Plus, ask how you can get free shipping. This offer will not last, so order now.
You're gonna love it. I guarantee it.
Call 1-800-553-5710. That's 1-800-553-5710.
Good evening, Patriots. Welcome to N2 and Ed Henry, the briefing. We'll get to the Democratic National Convention in a moment, but we begin with breaking news about former President Donald Trump. There was a manhunt for most of the afternoon in Cochise County, Arizona, looking for a man in his 60s who had leveled very serious death threats against the former president during his 2-day visit to Arizona. He's got a rally there tomorrow. He was at the southern border. We'll talk about that in a moment. Today, that man has just been taken into custody. He's allegedly a sex offender who launched some kind of serious death threats against the former president. It's just coming into our newsroom that moments ago, the sheriff's office there in that county says the suspect is in custody in connection to the death threats made against the former president. We also have breaking details tonight that Iran, new details, and there's a suspect right there in his 60s, launched these death threats against the president just several weeks after that assassination attempt where the former president was shot but survived, obviously, in Pennsylvania. This going on in Arizona. Our own Waleed Ferris has breaking details tonight that we'll get to shortly about Iran's plot to try and assassinate the former president before the November election. It's getting quite chilling, but thankfully the former president is okay tonight and the suspect now in custody. We begin, though, with the convention and what I think is a miracle. Democrats leaking to CNN that Vice President Kamala Harris tonight will, quote-unquote, address border security and immigration on night 4 of the Democratic National Convention. And they're treating this like breaking news. A nominee for president is actually going to try to tackle one of the most pressing issues in America. Imagine that. An issue that former President Trump has been dominating on for nearly 10 years now. What a sad commentary on just how far the Democrats have fallen. In fact, the former president, as I noted, was back at the southern border yet again today. He and his running mate, J.D. Vance, by the way, have made more visits there in the last month alone, seriously, than Kamala Harris has made during her entire time as border czar. You know the job that she and the coddling mainstream media have tried to whitewash from history? But abracadabra, today on MSDNC, there was a former top aide to Kamala trying to claim border crossings are down a little right now. And she said the vice president deserves credit because she has been, quote, in charge of getting to the root causes of illegal immigration for the Biden-Harris administration. In other words, they're admitting she is, in fact, the border czar when it suits their narrative. Ah, how sad, how pathetic. They have spent nearly a week now in Chicago pushing false claims that they're all about joy when all of their speeches, all of them, have been dark, nasty attacks full of insults directed at the former president. No new policy proposals, none, zero. As Glenn Beck noted yesterday, the strategy, if you can call it that, is clear. Democrats want to try and get you to hate Donald Trump more than you hate inflation. Hate Donald Trump more than you hate the border crisis because they have no answers. Meantime, the man himself, who's been accused of focusing on insults over issues, is doing the exact opposite over the last couple of weeks. Mr. Trump out there, as I said, again today, this is every day this week, in a battleground state, talking up substantive issues. bringing in real Americans to tell the truth about what Kamala Harris's America is really like, thanks to illegal immigrant crime. That was the focus today. As I listened to these heartbreaking stories from relatives of people killed senselessly by illegals today, I thought, you know what? The former president is the real border czar. Watch.
And when I said hello, the person on the other end said, "Hello, Mrs. Morin. This is Detective so-and-so. I'm the lead detective on this case. There's no easy way to tell you this, but we found your daughter's body. And if they find the body, you know that she's dead. They wouldn't say, 'We found Rachel. She's alive.'"
They had no reason to do anything that they did to Jocelyn. There was over 300 detention beds that they should have been at because they were detained and they were released when they shouldn't have been released. One had an ankle monitor, didn't stop anything. So now I have to go through the rest of my life with my son, always asking for his sister.
She'll not say their names or express remorse to their families. Kamala says she wants to talk about the future. No, these people want to go back to the safe past. We don't have a future with open borders and all of the other problems this country has. The crime problem, just like they rigged the 818,000 jobs number, they rigged the crime numbers too. And that's also been a proven fact, just came out. But she's stolen the future of Lake and Riley and Rachel and our precious Jocelyn, just taking their lives away for no reason. When I left office, I gave Kamala Harris the strongest and most secure border in American history.
You know, that relentless focus on wiping out illegal immigration stands in stark contrast to the fake border czar, Kamala. That's what she is. Despite all the covering up for her by the mainstream media, she really was the border czar. The same journalists who referred to her as border czar at the start of the administration. Then when it wasn't convenient, they dropped it. Yet, like everything else at this fake convention, they're flat out lying about her border record. They're trying to whitewash her failures by, in the case of last night, they put a Texas sheriff at the podium to declare the vice president is somehow the second coming of Donald Trump, I guess, when it comes to getting tough on Mexico and illegal immigration. Watch.
Kamala, on the other hand, has been fighting border crime for years. She's gone down to Mexico and worked to stop the traffickers. And when the traffickers didn't stop, she put them in jail.
Remember his face, because keep in mind, they've barely mentioned the border at all at that podium, just a few mentions. But when they do mention it, like then, the Democrats are lying. How do I know that? Well, Sheriff Javier Salazar was actually on MSNBC in 2022, talking about how Joe Biden and his team, as in the border czar, needed to get more serious about the problem. This was just 2 years ago. Watch.
Right now, what I'm asking for is for the president or a member of his administration that can make decisions to come down and talk to not just me, but at least 12 other Texas sheriffs from major counties in the state of Texas that are dealing with this issue firsthand. So I'd like to see somebody from Washington come down here, get boots on the ground, get eyes on the issue at hand, and then talk to us, a bipartisan group of Texas sheriffs that are really taking a common sense approach.
Did you hear that? I want someone in his administration, someone, maybe a border czar, come down here. This was 2 years ago. What changed? If anything, the border's gotten worse since then. So maybe just the Democrats promised him a big speaking slot. If only he'd say the opposite of what he said in 2022 and come suck up to Kamala in Chicago. That's about as phony as Oprah Winfrey ripping into the former president as a surprise guest, just like Al Sharpton, who will speak tonight and says bad things about Trump, even though he used to kiss his butt. Winfrey used to do the same when he was a New York mogul who had not yet declared a run for president as a Republican. In fact, look at this letter Oprah wrote to then businessman Trump in 2000. Oh, Donald, I got the book excerpt and starts. It made me a little weepy. Too bad we're not running for office. What a team! She wanted to be on the same ticket with him. Now he's a threat to democracy. What hypocrites. But maybe the biggest phony award goes to Letitia James. You remember her, leader of the liberal lawfare. Ran for office on a platform to get the former president. But she's in Chicago pushing this canard. She's just all about the facts. Just the facts, ma'am. Watch.
As the Attorney General of the state of New York, I've stood against bullies who recognize and think that they're above the law, but they are not. You know, we examine cases based on facts and based on evidence, not based on politics.
No politics for her. That's what she was all about in that despicable civil suit that resulted in her gearing up to start seizing Mr. Trump's New York buildings like a Soviet-style prosecutor. She sounds as high as the governor of Wisconsin. Watch that, Democrat.
I'm here because I'm jazzed as hell to announce that Wisconsin passed 1 vote present and 94 votes were for, oh, where are we at? Got me going here. Former Wisconsinite, former state, oh my God. I love you, Tony.
Tony Evers is jazzed. Is that what they're calling it now? You probably needed some booze to get through that disaster of an acceptance speech by the vice presidential nominee, Tim Walz, who offered more lies than actual specific policies on anything. Remember, he's lied about his military record. He's lied about his wife's IVF treatment that did not happen. And then he took this cheap shot at Senator J.D. Vance.
I grew up in Butte, Nebraska, a town of 400 people. I had 24 kids in my high school class, and none of them went to Yale.
So now we're going to denigrate Senator Vance for pulling himself up by his bootstraps in rural Ohio, as chronicled in that runaway bestseller, Hillbilly Elegy, to make it all the way to Yale. Who else pulled themselves up all the way to Yale Law School? Oh, right. Bill and Hillary Clinton, didn't they meet there? What fools these Democrats are for mocking success. No wonder they have no answers on the struggling economy and runaway inflation. Kamala Harris has always been on the government payroll. She's never created a job in her life. But go, Tim Walz, show off your weak approach to politics. I mean, the mainstream media seems to love weak men.
But they are doing so in trying to put forward male figures, Tim Walz being one of them, Doug Emhoff last night, who can speak to men out there who might not be the sort of testosterone-laden, gun-toting kind of guy who wants to listen to Hulk Hogan and the kind of players that came out at the RNC, or might want to listen to that, but also, in addition, understand that it's okay in 2024 to be a man comfortable in his own skin who supports a woman. And that's something that they really are trying to work on with male voters beyond the base.
Who wants to hear from Hulk Hogan? I mean, I was there. It was one of the funniest moments at the Republican convention in Milwaukee. CNN would rather hear from soy boys like Doug Emhoff, one of the poster boys of White Dudes for Harris. White Dudes for Harris. How segregated. Someone better call the DEI office over there at the Harris campaign. So let's welcome in now a man who has never been accused of being a soy boy, former White House advisor to the Trump administration, Dr. Sebastian Gorka. He's also the host of the Gorka Reality Check on Newsmax. Doctor, it's just remarkable. Let's start there with CNN and Dana Bash going on and on about basically toxic masculinity and how the Harris campaign is going to bring back weak men to the fold somehow.
It's quite stunning when they admit out in the open that the vice president nominee and everybody who's standing on the stage who allegedly is a man has low T problems. I mean, it's quite amusing, quite amusing. But can I just say something about that sheriff? When I heard that this morning, I was doing a radio hit for a friend, and then I played that cut on my radio show. Mm-hmm. Is there anything lower in terms of, I mean, that man wore a uniform.
Yeah.
On camera 2 years ago said, can somebody in the Biden administration help us? Just anybody. And then now, I mean, was he paid to say that? He says what? That Kamala Harris, who literally has the blood on her hands of Jocelyn Nungaray, of Rachel Marin, of Laken Riley, the mothers, oh my gosh, the mothers today, without any party affiliation, the mother of that 12-year-old girl who was raped and murdered by 2 Venezuelan illegals, one who had an ankle bracelet on, she just said, we need him back in the White House. Just the pleas, the plaintive cry, we need President Trump back. And that scumbag Salazar, I'm sorry, if he doesn't repent from what he said yesterday, I am assured that he will burn in the lowest levels of hell. Dante saved the lowest level for traitors and for those who betray the truth and the friends. That man has betrayed his oath of office, the badge he wears, the people he represents in his... That's a Texan sheriff who said that this administration is tough on the border. Well, then how do you explain Jocelyn Nungaray? How do you explain Laken Riley, Sheriff Salazar?
It's unbelievable. And the contrast, I want to move on to other topics, but I'm glad you dug in on that because it's a remarkable contrast to what happened at the southern border. We've been hearing about paid actors going to Kamala events, and I'm always skeptical, well, what proof do we have? And you start seeing ads and you see things, and then you wonder how this sheriff wound up at the convention, to your point. And in contrast, I'm assuming, obviously, none of these widows and moms and the brothers of these folks killed senselessly by illegal, they're not being paid. They went and had lunch with former President Trump today because he cares about them. And it's just incredible. They're speaking the truth. Go ahead. Yeah.
Let me add something. I was on air when I saw, I can't keep track of my former boss. He's doing a new rally every day. I'm on air. He's speaking at the border in Cochise County. I didn't see a lot of security there. And then we get the breaking news that an Arizona resident, there's a bolo out for a man who wants to kill President Trump, who's missing, who's a registered voter, who's a sex offender. And President Trump, he didn't run and hide like Kamala's hiding. Nope. He stayed there. I watched it for another hour with the angel parents. There she is, Jocelyn Nungaray's mother, standing behind him. Yeah. There is the individual who's disappeared, registered Democrat, sex offender who didn't register, and telling the world on social media he wants to kill President Trump. President Trump stood there to be with the angel parents, Ed.
Yeah. It's amazing, and it is a remarkable contrast. Let's move on. When you talk about that courage and then the cowardice inside the Harris campaign and the Democrat Party writ large. There's a statement that came out from Muslim Women for Harris and Walz. They now say they're not getting a speaking slot and they're mad. We cannot, in good conscience, continue Muslim Women for Harris Walz. In light of this new info from the uncommitted movement, they won't allow uncommitted voters from Michigan, for example, to speak. Vice President Harris's team declined their request to have a Palestinian-American speaker take the stage at the DNC. The family of the Israeli hostage that was on the stage last night has shown more empathy towards Palestinian Americans and Palestinians than our candidate or the DNC has. This is a terrible message to send to Democrats. They write, Palestinians have the right to speak about Palestine. We pray the DNC and Vice President Harris that they make the right decision for the sake of all of us, as you see. And I'm looking, and AOC and Rashida Tlaib are now taking up for these leftists and saying they deserve tonight some speaking slots, Dr. Gorka. And in the meantime, we haven't even really heard the word Israel. Other than that one quick segment yesterday, they did highlight the family of a hostage. But other than that, Joe Biden didn't even mention the word Israel the other night. Bill and Hillary Clinton, our most important ally in the Mideast.
I guess throwing the Jewish governor under the bus didn't work enough to placate the jihadis inside the DNC. I mean, seriously, now the female Muslims are going to boycott the last day of the convention after Josh Shapiro is stabbed in the front and the back by the Democrats because they accidentally released the congratulatory video before the announcement. And Tim Walz, the stolen valor man. I mean, Ed, can I get a sanity check here? What man, I don't care if you're running for public office, what man lies about his wife's fertility treatment?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Who does that? For political points, you lie about how you got pregnant? That is just beyond the pale. But I guess it tells you about the Democrat Party. When you have a convention with inflatable 20-foot-high IUD devices and you're offering free vasectomies from a taco truck, my word, this is not your daddy's or your grandpappy's Democrat Party, that's for sure.
Absolutely. In the last minute we have, big speech tonight, we anticipate, from Vice President Harris. None of the other speakers have put substance on the table. We heard all this whining the last couple of weeks. Why won't Donald Trump stop the insults? Why won't Donald Trump focus on policy? He gives us more policies than any politician I've ever covered. You might not agree with every policy, but he's pumping out those Trump 47 videos and everything, all these policies, substance, real substance, and all they do is attack him. And what Glenn Beck said yesterday was, they want you to hate Donald Trump, demonize him, hate Trump more than you hate inflation. I think he's right.
So you were there at the RNC with me. I think it was the first day. President Trump is, 2.5 days out from being shot, and they released the RNC platform, which is amazing. Trenchant, clear, to the point, saving the republic. Tim Walz, did you hear Tim Walz say, hey, if you're MAGA and you're out there, switch on the DVR now because I'm going to give you our platform. Ha, 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 Tim Walz. Did you time how long the platform was? The next 4 years, their plan took him 44 seconds. That's 10 seconds a year. I guess that's all Americans deserve. I don't think they're going to put any meat on that very skinny bone tonight either, Ed.
There you go. Dr. Gorka, no soy boy there. Make sure you check out the Gorka Reality Check on Newsmax. Doctor, thank you.
God bless. Thank you, Ed.
Still ahead on the briefing, we head out live to Arizona to hear more about the breaking news, obviously, but also to hear more about former President Trump's plan to secure our southern border as hundreds of illegal immigrants continue each day to pour through under border czar Harris. That's what she is. Plus the breaking news, law enforcement finally taking into custody this sex offender accused of threatening to kill former President Trump. Just taken into custody moments ago. Details right after this.
You served your country with honor. Now get the benefits you've rightfully earned. Paul R. Lawrence has written the book every veteran should own, Veterans Benefits for You. This step-by-step guide breaks down what you need to know, from financial compensation and disabilities to information for dependents and parents. This book is a must-read for all servicemen and women. Get your free copy today with our special offer. Call the number on your screen or go online to order.
Attention, cancer victims who were in New York on or after 9/11. If you or a loved one were in Lower Manhattan during the 9/11 tragedy or during the 11 months afterward and were later diagnosed with any of these or other cancers, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. A $10 billion compensation fund is in place for these cancer victims. Do not wait to file your claim. Call now and speak with us. The call is confidential and free, or reach us online at worldtradecenterfund.com.
If you're living with diabetes, this is the sound that could change your life.
Great news for people living with diabetes. Now you can wear a continuous glucose monitor and eliminate routine finger sticks. The days of repeated, painful finger sticks are over.
Just call 800-461-9848.
If you use insulin daily to manage your condition, a continuous glucose monitor could help you control your diabetes and reduce or eliminate those painful finger sticks. If you have Medicare or private insurance, US Med can deliver a CGM system right to your door. And if you qualify, there may be little or no cost to you. Shipping is free and will even bill your insurer directly. Call now to get your continuous glucose monitoring system so you can take control of your diabetes and get back to enjoying life.
Just call 800-461-9848. That's 800-461-9848.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would, and now you can with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol.
combined with 15 other important ingredients. Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function, and that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now, and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You discover the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
Welcome back to the briefing. As we said at the top of the broadcast, breaking news out of Cochise County there in Arizona, where former President Donald Trump was visiting the southern border. Deputies there have been on the hunt all day long for a man they say threatened to kill the former president. He was just taken into custody moments ago. According to the officials, this man, 66-year-old Ronald Servoud, could be an investigative lead and could lead to more details about where all this was. He had outstanding warrants. He was an alleged sex offender, failed to register as a sex offender, in fact, and then leveled these threats against former president just several weeks after the assassination attempt in Pennsylvania. All of this going on in Arizona. The former president, despite this threat, went ahead with his tour of the southern border. His focus all about policy. Remember, all this pressure. Why is he not talking about policy? He's been talking about policy every day this week, most of last week as well, whether it's the economy. In this case, it was all about border czar Kamala Harris and her failures. For more on the former president's visit, let's welcome in our border correspondent, Jason Jones. He's live out in Montezuma Pass, close to where Mr. Trump was. Jason, tell us what you saw today, my friend.
Oh, Ed, it's good to be with you, buddy. You know, here's the thing about this. It was really a little different. It was kind of a somber mood there at first because the family members of some of America's victims that had been as a direct result of these open border policies. Rachel Morin's mom spoke very eloquent, and you could see the president's reaction there. I have to tell you, all the press and the media that was there were absolutely silent, listening to her talk about what happened. And then, of course, you could see the president and how caring he was towards her. And, you know, also Jocelyn, the 12-year-old girl who was brutally killed and sexually assaulted out of Houston, Texas. You know, both those families spoke. And that, I got to tell you, of all of it, was very, very powerful. And you could see President Trump's reaction when they spoke. He was very taken by that. But I also want you to listen to, of course, as he's talked about Vice President Kamala Harris. Take a listen.
We're in the middle of an area that's not well populated, and to have thousands of people like that is pretty unbelievable. I hope you got to see it. And I hope the press writes this story fairly, because it's a story of disgrace. We had a border czar who was the border czar. She loved the title, but she didn't want to do the work because she's lazy, and probably more importantly than being lazy, she wants to have an open border. And you say, who would want an open border where criminals can pour into our country? And all you have to do is walk up there, if you have the courage to do it, and go to that open section. Stand there for a little while. You'll be running back here very quickly.
He's absolutely right, Ed. I got to tell you, the border wall ended just behind where he was there, and that's what he was referring to, because this area is heavily, heavily smuggled. I can tell you one thing that really surprised me as somebody, of all the places he could go on the southwest border, this was extremely remote. I mean, extremely remote. We all had to be bussed in and shuttled in by U.S. Secret Service into these areas, and they've been welding up all these bin slats. So, you know, hats off to the president to come here where Americans have been impacted so heavily by the smuggling. One last part of this. The Sinaloa cartel is at war just south of us here. This is where the Salazars, working with Ivan Guzman, along with fighting against the Pallone section, all for control of movement into this country. And yet we had the former president here right there in the front lines. Back to you.
Incredible, Jason. We appreciate your reporting as always. Thank you, Jason Jones, live out in Arizona. Meantime, the former president will be speaking again in Arizona tomorrow night at a campaign event hosted by Turning Point USA. We will have live streaming coverage of the former president addressing rally goers right here on N2 tomorrow night, expecting that RFK Jr. might even join him. Potential endorsement in the works. So don't miss it here. Should be near the end of the briefing tomorrow. Should be right as the Leventhal report begins. So big night tomorrow night as well as tonight. Stay with us. Next, we go live to Chicago. Anti-Israel protesters and anti-American protesters gearing up to take to the streets of the Windy City yet again. Plus, disturbing new details about just how badly Iran wants to try to assassinate the former president before the election in November. We'll check in with Newsmax foreign policy analyst Waleed Phares. He has exclusive details on what Iran is up to. That disturbing story next.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact.
It is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better. It makes me feel stronger too.
Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Call and get upgraded to the Deluxe Bundle. Get the faster motor for 5 miles of steps per hour, the step counter, the sport mat, and wireless remote. Call now.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
I'm Jonathan Lawson. If you're 50 to 85, I have an important message about security. Write down the number on your screen so you can call when I finish. The lock I want to talk to you about isn't the one on your door. This is a lock for your life insurance, a rate lock that guarantees that once you're insured, your rate can never go up at any time for any reason. But be careful. Many policies you see do not have one. But you can get a lifetime rate lock from Colonial Penn. Call this number to learn more. This plan was designed with a rate lock for people on a fixed income who want life insurance that fits their budget and is simple to get. Coverage options start at $9.95 a month, less than 35 cents a day. Act now, and your rate will be locked in for life. It will never increase, guaranteed. This is lifelong coverage that can never be canceled as long as you pay your premiums, guaranteed. And your acceptance is guaranteed, with no health questions. You cannot be turned down because of your health. Call for your information kit and read about this rate lock for yourself. You'll also get a free beneficiary planner. Both are free with no obligation. Don't miss out. Call for information, then decide. Read about the 30-day 100% money-back guarantee. Don't wait. Call this number now.
Call now and you'll also get this free beneficiary planner. Use this valuable guide to record important information and your final wishes. And it's yours free just for calling. So don't wait. Call 1-800-355-9660. That's 1-800-355-9660. There's no risk or obligation. That number again is 1-800-355-9660. That's 1-800-355-9660. Call now.
Welcome back to your briefing on the split-screen Democratic National Convention in Chicago. As we've been talking about, on the bottom, you can see delegates getting ready to hear, to see a gavel end opening and then have Vice President Kamala Harris accept her party's nomination late in the evening. On top, you can see these pro-Hamas protesters taking to the streets of the Windy City for the fourth straight night. Our senior correspondent, John Huddy, has been absolutely outstanding in keeping a close eye on all of these protests and joins us live again tonight. John, good evening.
Good evening to you. And the rally
rally just started here at Union Park, and the chants of "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free," which is, of course, calling for the destruction and the end of Israel, along with "Long live the Intifada," and some of the rallying cries that we've heard now over the last 4 days. And about an hour ago, actually, there was a dust-up here, a fight that broke out. There were some counter-demonstrators, a group of guys carrying American flags that were here. Somebody tried to take one of the flags out of their hands, and that's when some back and forth pushing and shoving started that we got very close to before then the police came in and kind of things up. The crowd was very small when we initially got here about 2.5, 3 hours ago. There was probably more media than there were demonstrators and protesters here. Well, it has grown. It's filled in. It's getting close to the size of March last night, and a couple thousand people marched from Union 78, which is, of course, on the outer security perimeter of the United Center, which is where the DNC is going on in its final night. It's also where, it's the same park where those agitators on Monday tried to take out the security. They're actually ripping down fencing, and I was told by one of our colleagues that some of those agitators are back here tonight, the same people that were clashing with police on Monday. Not sure if any of the people that were arrested, detained, and ultimately bonded out on Wednesday morning after the clashes for several hours between the protesters, the anti-Israel, anti-America, pro-Hamas, pro-terror protesters in downtown Chicago, if any of those people are here. But speaking of that clashing with Chicago Superintendent of the PD, Larry Snelling, that night about the challenges his officers are facing, allowing the protests, allowing and respecting the freedom of speech and the right to assemble of these protesters, while also protecting his officers, protecting the public. And Snelling told me as long as these marches remain nonviolent, even the ones that are not permitted, such as the one last night, his officers will oblige, will allow them to march. But the minute things get violent, they will move in. His officers, the riot police, will move in, and we saw that on Tuesday night. So that's what's happening out here. We've also heard Democratic lawmakers, Ed, and also some of those undecided delegates about allowing Palestinian American speakers, or at least a speaker, at tonight's DNC on the main stage. And speaking of which, the United Auto Workers, the UAW jumped on the debate, posting a message earlier today on X saying, if we want the war in Gaza to end, we can't put our heads in the sand. And then it goes on to say the Democratic Party must allow a Palestinian American speaker to be heard from the DN stage tonight. We'll see if that happens. We'll also see how large this crowd gets if this demonstration continues, and if it does become in any way violent. Ed?
All right. Yeah, John, I'm seeing a sign there saying armed resistance is the only way forward there with a gun and Hamas on it. And the sign next to it said from the river to the sea. Which is, as you said correctly, about wiping Israel off the map. Just despicable. John, thanks for the reporting as always. Let's welcome for some analysis now a friend of the briefing, a former foreign policy advisor for the 2016 Trump campaign, and now a Newsmax foreign policy analyst, Waleed Phares. He's also the co-host of the War and Freedom podcast. Waleed, welcome back. And it's interesting.
Thank you.
Nobody knows the threat from Iran, in my estimation, better than you. And even some Democrats, like Jared Moskowitz this week, said they believe Tehran is obviously behind these protests. He said, quote, we know the Iranians are paying people to do this. How come they weren't protesting at the other convention just here? And so, look, this is an extension of the campus protest. Interesting he would put it that way, because the Democrats wouldn't do very much of anything in tamping down the campus protest. So if it is Iran, you have to wonder why, the Democrats haven't stood up to Iran, maybe because Joe Biden, Kamala Harris have kind of largely let them off the hook. But when you see these signs out there in Chicago, from the river to the sea, armed resistance and all the rest of it, it's really despicable.
I'm very glad you just noticed those two signs. That's what it is about. They are legitimizing the armed resistance, making it into a normal thing. And of course, from the lake, from actually the sea, the Dead Sea to the Mediterranean Sea, from the river to the Mediterranean Sea, means only nothing else than the dismantlement of the state of Israel and the establishment of an Islamic Republic or Islamic Emirate on the total land of Israel. I mean, we're not gaming here. This is something we knew about for the last 3 decades. It's prevalent, it's mainstream in Arab media, so on and so forth. But to answer your question, the demonstrations that we see right now, to me, are jihadi demonstrations. Sometimes under Hamas, sometimes we see flags of Hezbollah, we see the Somali jihadi, Shabab, so on and so forth. I mean, every day it's like a tabbouleh salad. I see all these groups from around the world being represented here. Who funds it? Well, thank God. Some of our agencies woke up and now are talking about possibility that the Islamic regime in Iran is the funder. It's not possibility. It's 100%. We have been sending them billions of dollars to the Islamic Republic. What are they doing with that money? Of course, not reforming the economy of it. They are funding the militias in the Middle East. They are funding their army here in the United States.
Absolutely. And Iran is up to a lot more. I want to get to this chilling story. Everyone should go to NEWSMAX.com and check out what you wrote. When I woke up this morning, it was sent to me. It's really unbelievable. We knew Iran we knew there was a plot and they want to kill former President Trump. But you say in this headline, they want him eliminated by Election Day. And as I read it, you had specific details suggesting that if they can't shoot him, as was attempted in Pennsylvania, don't know if Iran was part of that plot. It's still being investigated. You're saying that his plane, Donald Trump's plane in particular, is of interest to the Iranians. What do you know about what they're up to?
Well, first of all, our dear government, our agencies finally realized that he should be protected unusually. He should be protected more than anybody else because he has been not just targeted, Ed, he has been told in public by the regime years ago, and of course, after October 7, he is a target. He has been served. We want to kill you, and Bolton and the vice president, then all of that leadership that was, in their view, responsible for the order given to eliminate Soleimani, they have issued those death decisions. But I see another argument. It's not about just Trump. It's about anybody who would come to the White House and cut the Iran deal. It's about money. Because we know that President Trump, if he comes, when he comes to the White House, first thing on the 20th or to the next day is to stop the Iran deal, and more importantly, to stop forwarding money, transferring money to the regime. So you imagine somebody, some force, some president in the United States, and it's going to be Trump in this case, if he wins, cut off that money, they will spend all the money they have, or 10% of it at least, to try to eliminate him. I'm not using the term killing him, but eliminate him is what they are seeking, and certainly before November the 5th.
Yeah, and they were hacking his campaign emails. So there are other ways, to your point, beyond assassination. But when I read the details about them wanting to go after his plane, wanting to go after him personally, it's pretty chilling. Everyone should check it out at NEWSMAX.com. Waleed Phares, we appreciate the news and the analysis. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Ed.
Keep it right here, Patriots. We'll go live again in Chicago. Check in with our chief White House correspondent, James Rosen, inside that building. You saw the chaos outside. Some chaos inside there as well. They've been on the attack. Haven't heard a lot of new policy proposals. Will we hear any from Kamala Harris? Details right after this.
Hi, folks. We're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower that's safer at a price you can afford with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel.
It was done the same day. We did not have to wait. It is amazing.
I would give this whole experience an A+. I definitely wish I would have called sooner.
From soft close shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style, it's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Only weeks left to get waived installation and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-990-6834. That's 800-990-6834. Call now.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
What if you could whiten your teeth by simply brushing your teeth? Now you can with Smile Actives, the teeth whitening breakthrough that safely gets your teeth white and keeps them white every day, just by brushing your teeth.
I never thought that whitening my teeth could be so easy. I just put the gel on the brush, the toothpaste on it, brush, and I can see my white teeth.
Simply add Smile Actives to any toothpaste and our patented PolyClean technology activates into a powerful microfoam that penetrates into the enamel surface to safely lift and remove stains.
You need a simple way to whiten your teeth. Without strips, without trays, without going to the dentist. And it was about time that a product was developed that you would be able to do that with just brushing.
And now Smile Actives is even better with new Pro Whitening Gel with 33% greater whitening power, clinically shown to whiten teeth faster, up to 8 shades. 100% of users saw whiter teeth. On food stains, coffee and wine stains, even on veneers, crowns, and dentures.
I eat the blueberries, I drink the coffee, and I know that Smile Actives will keep my teeth white every day.
If you could use something so easy like Smile Actives to take yellow teeth to white teeth, why wouldn't you?
Why spend hundreds of dollars for whitening treatments at the dentist when now you can whiten your teeth with new Smile Actives Pro Whitening Gel every time you brush your teeth? Call or go to smileactives.com and for a limited time get new Pro Whitening Gel for just $24.95. Order in the next 5 minutes and buy one, get one absolutely free for just $24.95. That's 2 for 1 and save 58%. We'll even include free shipping. Get your teeth whiter guaranteed or return it within 60 days for your money back.
I smile every day now.
The difference is literally night and day.
So now I'm always smiling, always choosing, because now my teeth are much whiter.
This offer is not available in stores, so call or click now before the special buy one, get one free offer goes away.
Welcome back. Vice President Kamala Harris set to take center stage right there at the United Center, final night of the Democratic National Convention. With more on what to expect from the Democratic nominee tonight with her big speech, let's welcome in our chief White House correspondent, James Rosen. And James, I really want to ask you about whether we'll hear some new policy proposals, because I haven't heard a lot of specifics. I've heard a lot of insults directed at the former president. Not a lot of new policies pushed by the Democratic ticket. But my producers are pressing me to ask you a different question, a more pressing question. Will Taylor Swift be there? Have you seen her yet?
I spoke with Taylor Swift a short time ago, Ed, and she confirmed, no, I don't know. I've never spoken to Taylor Swift, nor to Beyonce, and those are the two main suspects for a surprise entertainment industry appearance here tonight. We do know, as you were just mentioning, that the Vice President will formally accept her party's nomination for the presidency tonight. The indications we have are that this should occur, or at least that Ms. Harris's speech should begin in prime time, a goal that has proved elusive for the first 3 nights of the convention where the keynoters are concerned. To your question as to whether there will be a significant policy element to the speech, our understanding is no, there will not be. Aides to Vice President Harris have said instead that this is her chance to effectively reintroduce herself to the American electorate and to do so on her own terms. That is to say, where she will emphasize her background, particularly as a prosecutor. And she will lay out in broad terms, not specific policy terms, her vision for the future. And of course, she will seek to draw contrasts with her GOP opponent and the much reviled, much mentioned here, Project 2025, Ed.
All right, absolutely, James. Real quick, what about Tim Walz last night? He kind of gave a shorter speech than expected. Again, you sometimes, yeah, there were the attacks, but you expect a little meat on the bones, as you suggest, about exactly where they want to take the country. Real quick, what'd you think of that?
Well, it was Governor Walz himself who said that voters have a right to know exactly what you intend to do, and that it's the responsibility of those seeking office to lay that out for the electorate. And some thought that mildly ironic given the lack of policy specificity from this campaign to date. I was struck, too, by the brevity of Governor Walz's remarks, and also by the absence of any really stinging attacks by him. Traditionally, the number 2 on the ticket will fulfill that attack dog role. And even compared to the attacks we've heard from Governor Walz against the Trump ticket in the past, he seemed restrained to me last night.
Interesting. Well, James Rosen, very much on message with the theme because he always brings joy to the show, and we appreciate that. James Rosen, we'll check in with you during our special at 9 p.m. Eastern tonight. Meantime, President Biden has been getting praise from some Democrats, the same Democrats who pushed him out the door. But as his presidency comes to a close, the legal battles for his son, maybe for him down the road, seem to be growing. We'll learn more details on the other side of the break about the big trial Hunter Biden's about to face right after this.
Hi folks, Joe Namath here. And if you're having a hard time hearing, call MD Hearing because they changed my life and they can change yours too. I was wearing expensive hearing aids for years until a good friend of mine told me about MD Hearing. I bought a pair of the hearing aids with no doctor visit, no prescription, and no hassle. I got fitted right over the phone and I've never had a better pair of hearing aids. I'm even wearing them right now.
Call now and get 2 rechargeable Neo hearing aids for just $297 with a free portable charging case and free shipping. The rechargeable Neo is nearly invisible with its tiny in-the-ear canal design. And you can get 2 rechargeable Neo hearing aids with a 45-day risk-free trial, free shipping, and free lifetime U.S.-based support for only $297.
Call my friends at MD Hearing and get the over-the-counter hearing aids that I use for you.
Call 800-381-4294.
Hey everyone, Emerald Lagasse here, and I'm so excited to tell you about my biggest air fryer yet.
Introducing Emerald Lagasse's Dual Zone Air Fryer Oven with dual-sided cooking chambers. Now you can cook 2 different foods 2 different ways that finish at the same time. No more back-to-back cooking. Now main dish and sides finish at the same time. Enjoy juicy grilled burgers at the same time as air-fried French fries. Broiled savory salmon at the same time as roasted asparagus. Broiled chicken parm finishes at the same time as baked cheesy garlic bread. The secret is in the QuickSync technology that matches the cooking times and settings of each food, so they're programmed to finish at the same time.
I tell you, I cannot recommend this enough. It comes out perfect every single time.
It's awesome. But watch, remove the center divider and it transforms into a large 25-quart capacity oven for delicious family-size Monday to Sunday meals that cook up to 60% faster. Slow cook a pot of Mama's meatballs, delicious savory chili, or bake the easiest homemade bread without turning on that big oven. You can even cook right from the freezer. Mozzarella sticks from frozen to ooey gooey in minutes, or frozen shrimp to sizzling scampi in just 10 minutes. Now you can try Emerald Lagasse's 25-quart dual zone air fryer oven with dual cooking chamber, removable oven divider, and toasting rack in your home for 30 days for just $14.99. But wait, you also get Emerald's free downloadable dual zone recipe book. Order now and we'll automatically upgrade you to his deluxe cooking kit absolutely free, complete with 2 baking sheets, 2 crisper baskets, large baking sheet, the grill plate, the rotisserie spit and fetch tool, plus a 100% satisfaction guarantee and a 1-year VIP protection plan. Plus, ask how you can get free shipping. This offer will not last, so order now.
You're gonna love it. I guarantee it.
Call 1-800-553-5710. That's 1-800-553-5710.
I was exhausted all the time, and I just didn't feel like myself. And then came the weight gain. I found out I was like millions of Americans whose thyroid gland wasn't functioning like it was supposed to. And that's why I started taking Actilin, a premium nutritional supplement. Actilin was created by renowned physician Dr. David Brownstein, formulated with 17 powerful ingredients to specifically support your thyroid function, adrenal health, and metabolism. And now, you can get a free bottle of Actilin with our special offer. Just pay a small shipping and handling charge. Plus, receive Dr. Brownstein's free special report, A Doctor's Guide to a Healthy Thyroid. If you're experiencing loss of energy, cold hands and feet, dry skin, weight gain, or joint pain, Actilin may be right for you. Don't wait, act now. Get your free trial bottle of Actilin, valued at $39.95.
Welcome back to the briefing. While the Biden political dynasty is done, the legal saga for the first son is intensifying. A tax evasion trial is quickly approaching out in California for Hunter Biden. A federal judge, in fact, just ruled that damaging evidence about his lavish spending on women and drugs can be presented to a jury in Los Angeles. Our national correspondent, Alana Austin, has the details. Alana?
Judge Mark Scarsi largely siding with the federal prosecutors in an evidentiary hearing, making the case for the defense team much tougher. Hunter Biden's legal team saying that the prosecution is poised to engage in character assassination against their client. Jurors will be allowed to hear salacious details about Hunter Biden's extravagant spending on drugs, alcohol, luxury cars, strippers and sex workers, designer clothes, and opulent trips, all in the years that he battled addiction. Federal prosecutors allege Hunter tried to write off payments to prostitutes as business expenses. The special counsel's office says that evidence makes their case about Hunter Biden failing to pay at least $1.4 million on taxes while engaging in a sordid lifestyle. Specifically, the indictment alleges from 2016 to 2019, Hunter's spending included more than $1.6 million in ATM withdrawals, payments to various women totaling $683,000, clothing and accessories around $309,000, adult entertainment nearly $189,000, entertainment generally about $24,000, sports and recreation around $24,000. But the defense team did see a couple of victories here. One thing, the judge says he will not allow the witnesses to delve into private, intimate details about the conduct between two consenting adults. Another win for the defense, the jury will not hear about Hunter Biden being kicked out of the Navy for drug use, but a loss for their team. They won't be able to bring up the traumatic death of Hunter's mom and sister to explain his downward spiral. Now, lawyers will be allowed to describe the more recent death of his beloved brother, Beau, as a factor in Hunter's previous addiction. Hunter's lawyers have argued this is a politically motivated case and that the first son has paid back the taxes and turned his life around. Prosecutors intend to bring forward upwards of 30 witnesses. The defense says their side of the case will take about 2 days. Jury selection set to get underway September 5th. Back to you.
That does it for this edition of The Briefing, but make sure to join us again live tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern. We'll be here to the bitter end. It's been going long every night. The final night of the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. Who will surprise the crowd? Will there be a T-Swift briefing? A lot of rumors about that. And how did Vice President Harris do in the big speech? Or did she finally lay out some details? We'll get into it. But also, don't go anywhere, because my friend Rick Leventhal is standing by. The Leventhal Report is live next.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
You learn pretty fast that there are no shortcuts in racing or in life. One of my first attempts to deal with my own hair loss was a literal shortcut. Thankfully, my wife found Hair Club. I was shocked the Hair Club had virtually every solution possible. If I had known about Hair Club sooner, I never would have tried any of those overhyped advertised solutions. You can get your own free personalized consultation with a hair loss expert and be on your way to the finish line in no time.
Scan the code on your screen now to schedule a free consultation and save 20% on select solutions using promo code Frankie.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father brother. We were at home, so we applied it to his under-eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-316-6394.
We thought we had more time. No one was expecting my husband Dave to suffer from a heart attack in the middle of his workday. We didn't have life insurance, and on top of the grief, there were so many bills to pay.
My dad's name was David. He always talked about getting life insurance, but never did. And now, it's too late.
My dad, we like to call him Big Dave, just never woke up one Tuesday morning. The grief, the bills, I still can't believe my parents didn't have life insurance.
Don't be Dave, and don't wait until it's too late to get the life insurance coverage you need. The average funeral costs $10,000, and if you don't have enough insurance to cover funeral costs, credit card debt, and other expenses, your family is going to get stuck with the bill. Don't let that happen. The phone lines are now open. Call now to get affordable life insurance, and your acceptance is guaranteed.
Just call.
Call 800-294-4718.
If you're over 50, you can't be turned down for this insurance, regardless of your health. Plus, there's no medical exam and no health questions. Your rate will never go up. Your coverage will never go down. And rates start as low as $5 a week.
Just call.
Call 800-294-4718.
Your coverage begins as soon as your application is received. Don't wait until it's too late. Remember, don't be Dave. Call now. The call is absolutely free, and there is no obligation to enroll. Call right now. Acceptance is guaranteed. Call right now.
Call now.
Call 800-294-4718. That's 800-294-4718.
Good evening out east, good afternoon here in the west, and happy Thursday wherever you are. I'm Rick Leventhal, and this is a Leventhal Report. Tonight's the night, the big finish to the Democratic National Convention. In just a couple of hours, Vice President Kamala Harris will take the stage to formally accept her party's nomination to be president. Now, this is normally the time when a candidate makes their positions clear, a chance to speak to the American people and tell voters what they can expect from her presidency, which would be great since right now we really don't have much of an idea. I mean, we could just assume it would be more of the same since she's been Joe Biden's number 2 for almost 4 years now. Oh, did you forget Kamala Harris is actually part of the team running the country? Yeah, apparently the whole party forgot because they keep acting like she's the challenger and she's going to fix what's broke in America after she finishes blaming Donald Trump for all of it and after she broke it herself. But not only have Democrats been in power for 12 of the past 16 years, Harris and Biden have been calling the shots since January 20th, 2021. It's their fault gas prices nearly doubled during their term because of decisions they made when they first took control. And it's their fault inflation is rampant, with most food and other prices up more than 20%. Interest rates are super high, and so is government spending, and our deficit keeps growing. But the biggest offense Harris and Biden committed during this awful stretch is opening the gates at our southern border and welcoming, actually encouraging, millions of illegals to come to America every year, thousands every day, with far too little information on exactly who they are and who we're letting in. Unfortunately, we often don't know until they commit a crime, like thefts, rapes, and murders. We have hundreds of possible terrorists here too now, thanks to Biden and Harris, but I bet you won't hear about that tonight, or any of the mistakes Harris and her boss have made over the course of their term. Harris has somehow transformed her image from one of the most unliked VPs in modern times to some kind of savior. even though she hasn't been clear on the direction she wants to take this nation. And she's being celebrated even though she won't answer tough questions from the press and hasn't held a news conference or real interview since Biden stepped aside more than a month ago. What we do know about Kamala Harris is she has a track record of being very far left. We know she supported defunding the police. We know she promoted fundraisers aimed at abolishing or defunding the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency, or ICE, and supported defunding the U.S. Customs and Border Protection Agency. And we know she supported a group in Minnesota raising funds to bail out criminals who looted and burned during the riots in the summer of 2020. Harris did unveil a bunch of proposals as part of her economic plan that economists say would add almost $2 trillion to the national debt. It almost sounds like a vote-buying scheme. $6,000 tax credits for families with newborn children, $3,600 per child tax credits for eligible families, and $25 grand for first-time home buyers for their down payment. A measure many believe would actually drive home prices up and might be available to illegal immigrants, too, who already get free housing, legal assistance, and health care in many sanctuary states, including Tim Walz's Minnesota, which also welcomes kids from outside the state who want to change sexes without their parents' permission. Thanks for that, Governor. In her rehearsed speeches, Harris likes to talk about joy, how happy she and Tim are, how great America already is, and how she can make everything better without offering any specifics and without taking any responsibility for the current state of affairs. America needs to pay attention to what we do know about Harris and her running mate. What they've done in the past speaks volumes about how they'll govern, whether they come clean on their plans or not. And America needs to remember Harris is the incumbent. She's the one who helped ruin the economy. She's the one who failed us all at the southern border. She's the one who let everyone in, including the criminals. And she's the one with blood on her hands. Let's see what she has to say about that tonight. Now, for more on our top story, let's join political analyst Mark Halperin, who's on the floor of the United Center, for more details on what he expects tonight. Mark?
Rick, if you look at the people who are going to speak tonight before Kamala Harris, on behalf of Kamala Harris, to introduce Kamala Harris, it's basically two categories. There's people who know her best from a personal point of view, including her sister, with whom she has a very close relationship. And then what I would call folks from the macho wing of the Democratic Party. One of the big criticisms you've heard about this convention is that it's not doing much, in the eyes of many, to allow Kamala Harris to compete for older white male voters, the kind of voters with whom she has a huge deficit, the kind of voters who Donald Trump must win over in significant numbers for him to win. And you're going to see some folks tonight who biographically, in terms of their issue positions, they're more moderate, they've got military service, they're from the South, different biographical traits and issue positions to try to send the message to those swing voters, who are older white males in particular, that she is not a dangerous choice on national security and on the economy and on the border.
For that, Mark, I have one question before I let you go. One name surprisingly missing from the speaker list is California Governor Gavin Newsom, who was often mentioned as a potential Biden replacement before Harris got the nod. I understand he said a few words during roll call on Tuesday, but we haven't seen him take the main stage. Why do you think that is?
Well, look, don't be surprised if he speaks. It's a little bit in flux sometimes. But look, those two have a relationship that they both describe publicly as a friendship. I can tell you it's a little more competitive than just pure friends, and that could be the explanation.
You having fun down there on the floor, Mark?
I'm having a lot of fun, Rick. I just wish I had a bottle of water. Otherwise, it's heaven.
Well, let's get you one. Thanks so much for your time. Great reporting this week. Great analysis. Thank you. Joining me now, former Director of Strategic Communications of Trump-Pence 2020 and former Special Assistant to President Trump, Mark Lauder, along with political editor for the Daily Signal, Bradley Devlin. Welcome to you both. Mark, I'm going to start with you. Your thoughts on the speeches that you've seen so far.
Much to do about nothing. I've joked that this is the Seinfeld convention. It's a show about nothing. They are not talking about any of the policies that matter to the American people. They're not talking about lowering gas and grocery prices that skyrocketed because of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. They're not talking about the open border that was caused by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. They're not talking about the world that's at war because of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. And so I expect more of the same tonight. There'll be a lot of fluffy words and joy, but joy ain't doing nothing about your grocery bill.
Yeah, you can say that again. Bradley, Harris's running mate Tim Walz did talk about taxes during last night's keynote speech. I want to play you a clip real quick.
If you're a middle-class family or a family trying to get into the middle class, Kamala Harris is going to cut your taxes.
It was the first time any policy was really brought up during a speech, but is this really true? I mean, we know Kamala supported capital gains taxes, small business tax hikes. Are they just gaslighting voters at this point, saying whatever they think will help them get more votes?
Of course, they want the Trump tax cuts to expire. That would raise taxes on middle-class individuals. And not to mention, Kamala Harris's first day in office was 3.5 years ago. Right? She has raised the taxes on the American people by doing nothing at all about inflation, by allowing job growth to be concentrated, little job growth that there is, to have that concentrated towards migrant workers and illegal migrant workers. Even the BLS acknowledges that. And then, of course, you have the downwards jobs revision of 800,000. So yeah, she's raising taxes on middle-class income families right now. And, of course, the Democrats can't hold this sleight of hand on the American people, I think.
Mark, what I'm just baffled by is how Democrats have been reintroducing Harris like we haven't known her for 3.5 years. I want to play you another clip, this one from CNN's Van Jones, trying to act like Kamala hasn't been in control.
I think that you have to trust the pilot of the plane in the first place. And the problem right now is that Donald Trump is not a trustworthy pilot.
My brother.
Yes.
My brother, I have to tell you.
Please.
The current pilot of the plane is Kamala Harris. Donald Trump is not the pilot of the plane.
No,
he's right here.
I mean, you talk about pointing out the obvious. It's baffling to me. I just can't wrap my head around how they keep blaming Trump for the world's problems when they've been in office since 2021.
I think the Democrats have bigger memory problems than just Joe Biden. I mean, none of them can remember that they are currently in control. The last 3.5 years are them. They say that we're not going to look backwards, we're going to look forwards. How about we look at the present? The present is you. It's your fault. All of it is your fault. And when they say they don't want to go back, well, what don't you want to go back to? Cheap gas and groceries? A secure border? A world that wasn't at war? I mean, all of these things from the day one to tonight has been basically a memory lapse of the 4 years that is Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
See, Mark, there you go, making too much sense again. I hope people are listening. I really do. Bradley, we're also hearing that RFK Jr. is likely to drop out of the race as early as tomorrow and throw his support to Donald Trump, maybe in exchange for a role in his cabinet. Would RFK's endorsement help Trump's campaign?
I surely don't think it hurts the Trump campaign. I just generally reject the notion that in our current election system, persuasion is what convinces voters. I think that Democrats are having the convention that they're having right now in order to drum turnout amongst the base. And if it's a turnout-based election, then Democrats have the advantage geographically just because it's easier to turn out folks who live in large urban centers. This is the big hurdle for the Republicans, is can they use longer times available to vote to rack up enough turnout amongst their base to beat Democrats come November. I think RFK can help solidify some of those independent voters, but that's a lot up in the air. It's going to be determined by base votes in Pennsylvania, base votes in Michigan, and base votes in Georgia.
A lot of work to do before November. Bradley Devlin, Mark Lauder. Thank you both for joining me.
Good to see you, Rick.
Thanks, Rick.
You too. After the break, we continue our live coverage of Day 4 of the DNC with VP Kamala Harris coming to the stage a bit later tonight. We'll also bring you an exclusive interview with former President Donald J. Trump with Newsmax correspondent Logan Raddick. That's later on this show. We'll be right back, so stick with it.
Is your faith being weaponized? There's a dark force manipulating the Word of God. They're known by different names: Christian left, progressives, and woke Christianity. Don't be fooled. These fake Christians want to convert you. Woke Jesus has been written to expose this very real threat. You'll need this book to stop them before it's too late. Get your free copy today with our special offer. Call now or go online to order. Are you getting everything from Medicare you deserve? You need Medicare for You. It reveals how to maximize benefits while improving your health care. Medicare for You shows you how to reduce costs, improve coverage, get procedures approved, and avoid 4 big mistakes and scams. Make sure Medicare works for you. Get Medicare for You at bookstores or see the free offer. Go online now or call today. Your health is too important to wait.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact.
It is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better. It makes me feel stronger too.
Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Call and get upgraded to the Deluxe Bundle. Get the faster motor for 5 miles of steps per hour, the step counter, the sport mat, and wireless remote. Call now.
I heard you weren't too happy with this particular network, Fox, but I was watching. Yeah, I understand you exactly, but not exactly friendly. Greg Kelly over at Newsmax. The Newsmax people have been really, really terrific. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions are tired of Fox, and they're switching to Newsmax Plus. It's the fastest growing streaming service in America. You don't need woke Disney and Hulu anymore. Just get Newsmax Plus. Watch the best shows like Greg Kelly, Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, and Carl Higbie. And get incredible analysis from Dick Morris, Alan Dershowitz, Carrie Lake, Mike Huckabee, and more. It's free to start. So go to NewsMaxPlus.com now to sign up and watch Newsmax anytime, anywhere.
Welcome back to the Leventhal Report. I'm Rick Leventhal. Tonight, Kamala Harris will officially accept the Democratic nomination for President of the United States, unless she says no. Joining me now is our chief White House correspondent, James Rosen, who's at the DNC, monitoring all the speeches and events. James, what do you got?
Rick, good evening. As you say, Vice President Harris will finally complete the Democratic ticket after all these weeks and months of uncertainty and upheaval. It follows, of course, the governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, accepting formally the Democratic nomination for the vice presidency last night. This is so far an event tonight dominated by political speakers. We've seen a parade of Democratic members of Congress. We're going to see, I think, at least close to half a dozen Democratic senators. We're going to see the Chicks, the country music act, the Chicks, perform the national anthem. We will see a performance by Pink. All of this prior to the main event, Vice President Harris's acceptance speech. She will be introduced by the Democratic governor of North Carolina, Roy Cooper. And that's something of a bold move. It's a declaration, in effect, from the Democrats that they still see North Carolina potentially being in play in this contest. We are told that Governor Cooper's remarks will emphasize the 6 years during which both he and Kamala Harris were attorneys general for their respective states, and the kinds of actions that Ms. Harris took at that time to crack down on fraudulent banks, and various kinds of criminal predators. And then from Vice President Harris herself, Rick, we're given to understanding that, as her aides put it, this is her opportunity to reintroduce herself to the American electorate, and to do so on her own terms. So there'll be a heavy emphasis on her biography. There'll be some broad outlines of her vision for the future in terms of policy, nothing too specific. And then, of course, she will seek to draw contrasts with her GOP opponent, Donald Trump. What we're told this will not be is a policy speech. And so the complaints that have been out there for some time now, that the vice president has been somewhat vague in prescribing exactly how she would attend to the economy and also safeguard our national security, those will not be addressed here in any great specificity tonight. Rick?
Right. Why would they? Why would she go into policy? Because as soon as she does that, well, I know you're not allowed to share your opinion, James, so I'm not going to ask you a question about opinion. You were there for Tim Walz speaking last night, I assume. I know he talked about taxes a little bit. He worked a little policy into his speech, right?
And what was notable, too, was Governor Walz's declaration that the voters have a right to have those who would seek elective office detail for them precisely what they plan to do. Now, the truth is that there has been a lot that has come out from Vice President Harris in terms of a potential policy agenda, but it hasn't really congealed yet into a coherent whole, and it hasn't been organized around a theme such as growth. So, for example, her campaign has said that she would seek to increase the top corporate tax rate from 21 to 28%. The campaign has also said that Vice President Harris effectively endorses the proposed tax increases that were included in President Biden's budget. And so there's a number of different tax hikes involved in there. And they think that they can raise $1.3 trillion in 10 years simply, for example, by increasing that top corporate tax rate. But from their perspective, this is not a convention speech is really a pep rally, and it's not supposed to be all that specific on policy. Where Governor Walz is concerned, by the way, Rick, I was struck by how short his speech was, and the relative absence of any really stinging attacks from him on either J.D. Vance or former President Trump. Typically, one of the roles of the number 2 on any ticket is to serve as an attack dog, and it struck me that even when compared with some of the criticisms that Governor Walz has offered of the GOP ticket since he was rolled out as the Democratic vice presidential selection on August 6th, last night's speech was fairly restrained for him in terms of attacking the opposition.
Well, good for him, and good for you, James Rosen. Excellent work this week. Thanks so much. We're going to take a live look now at the convention center floor, see what's going on there. A lot of people in hats and sashes.
Hi, Chicago. Let me see you just. Let me see you just. Don't believe it, just rock. Come on.
We're expecting a lot of speeches tonight, a lot of them. And there are speeches going on now, and the speeches will continue until the featured speaker, of course, who is Vice President Kamala Harris. Interesting that she's going to reintroduce herself, considering she's been vice president for 3.5 years. And I'm not the first to point out that she was one of the least liked vice presidents of modern times. Her approval rating was very, very low. But now, all of a sudden, as I mentioned in the monologue, she is the star of the Democratic Party. And just a couple hours from now, she'll be on that stage to talk to the delegates. Our coverage of the Democratic National Convention continues now with our Newsmax 8 team, John and Bianca. Welcome back to the Leventhal Report, guys. Great to see you.
Thanks, Rick. Great to see you, Rick. Obviously, there's some great dancers in the hall tonight, but some of those dancers I think we saw there, I don't know if they're doing the tribute to Elaine's dance from Seinfeld, some of these TikTok influencers, but she's in the house. Julia Louis-Dreyfus, just one of the celebrities in the house tonight.
That's the second Seinfeld reference on this program in the last 5 minutes. Bianca, what did you think of Tim Walz's speech last night?
Wow. Well, I thought
it was kind of fascinating that he's still talking about his military record when we all know that the stolen valor is something he should not be able to escape. But when you have a complacent media that doesn't really want to press for answers, I took a little bit of exception with his attack on J.D. Vance. Not weird this time, but that he went to Yale. When they want to push the American dream and how he says Kamala Harris is going to make life better for everyone. Well, aspirational to want to go to college, whether it be an Ivy or anything, shouldn't be something that you attack. I think their messaging has been very chaotic on many levels, especially the border as well. We'll see that tonight. Ruben Gallego from Arizona, he's up against Kari Lake. Donald Trump was in Arizona right on the border today. What can Gallego say tonight that's actually going to sound like it's positive for Americans if she's going to weave in, get this, patriotism into her speech tonight?
Amazing. John, I haven't asked you about the lack of news conferences or interviews. Is that something that you and the other journalists there have been talking about during this DNC and when she might actually answer some real questions?
Well, I have kind of been informally tracking this throughout the week, and I did have John Levine from the New York Post on my show, who's their media reporter, and we both talked about how there does seem to be a desire now from some of the legacy media outlets to talk about these issues and get some answers. You asked Bianca about Tim Walz's speech last night. You know, he really went there with the IVF and repeated that lie when he didn't have to. Yes, anyone who's been through infertility knows how painful that can be, but he specifically mentioned IVF in that speech when his wife didn't go through IVF, and it's just perpetuating that lie. And it's one of those things that when they do get out there in front of the reporters, they're going to ask him about that stuff, and he's going to have to come up with a better answer.
But right now, it's all about making Kamala Harris a cultural phenomenon.
Yeah.
You know, they have these Gen Z and these influencers here, the hotties for Harris. It really is sort of this fantasy land. And to John's point, we'll see post-convention if they can continue to shield her in this bubble.
And Bianca, we're still waiting for Harris to acknowledge she's the incumbent and can't blame the last 4 years on Donald Trump, but it seems like she's trying to convince her base that hating Trump is more important than fixing inflation and the border crisis. Your thoughts?
Yeah, it's stunning. Gavin Newsom stopped by the set earlier to talk to one of our other shows, and, you know, he said it basically, you know, we talked about the border. He's like, oh, the cartels have way too much control. But she's been in with Biden. So at one point they want to separate, and another point they want to put it together. Again, it goes back to what I was saying. There really isn't a way for them to thoughtfully articulate a message that doesn't connect them to all the issues that are hurting Americans today. So I don't care if Beyonce shows up tonight and plays a walk-on music. If people can't afford gas and groceries, it all comes back to how Americans are feeling. And a speech can only take you so far.
Good point. Bianca, John, thank you guys so much. Great job on your coverage of the DNC all this week, and safe travels home.
Great, Rick. Thanks.
Thanks, my friend.
Stick around as we continue our coverage of the final night of the Democratic National Convention, and later we will bring you national correspondent Logan Raddick's exclusive interview with President Trump. So stick around.
Hi, folks. We're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Congress passes the most sweeping civil rights bill ever to be written into the law, and thus reaffirms the conception of equality for all men that began with Lincoln and the Civil War 100 years ago.
It was less than a year after the assassination of President John F. Kennedy when his dream of a comprehensive civil rights bill became a reality. By the 1960s, segregation and discrimination was rampant, and voting rights were blocked by many states, especially in the South. JFK had sought legislation giving all Americans the right to vote and be employed and/or served in all public facilities. But his efforts were stymied by many Senate Democrats.
But the assassination of President Kennedy changed that. President Lyndon Baines Johnson, seeking to continue JFK's legacy, resurrected the late president's proposed civil rights legislation and pushed for its passage. During the legislative battle that followed, Georgia Democrat Senator Richard Russell Jr. warned Johnson that his strong support for the Civil Rights Bill will not only cost you the South, it will cost you the election. The Civil Rights Act was signed into law on July 2, 1964, but only after it gained the support of over 80% of the Republicans in the House and the Senate. Democrats in the Congress gave the law weak support, and 5 southern states voted against Johnson in the November election. The monumental Civil Rights Act of 1964 led to the desegregation of public schools and businesses and ended discrimination for all Americans on the grounds of an individual's race, color, religion, or national origin. You're watching An American Moment on Newsmax TV.
Hi folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries. If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, you may qualify for enrollment in a Medicare Advantage plan, so make sure you know your Medicare ABCs. You may be familiar with Medicare Parts A and B, but if you are thinking about Part C, also called a Medicare Advantage plan, speak with a licensed insurance agent to see what plans and benefits are available in your area. Our partners offer plans from Humana, Aetna, Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield, United Healthcare, Kaiser Permanente, Cigna Healthcare, WellCare, so you can compare your options, coverage, and pricing across multiple carriers. If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, make the free call to the number on your screen. Give them your zip code, and a licensed insurance agent will walk you through the entire process. It's that easy.
I just became eligible for Medicare, so I called to find a plan that fits my budget.
For a free, no-obligation consultation,
call 800-480-8716.
Welcome back to the Leventhal Report. I'm Rick Leventhal. While the Democrats try to convince voters at the DNC their policies are helping Americans, residents of the host city of Chicago are facing the financial burden of living in a sanctuary city where illegals are being prioritized. National correspondent Mike Carter joins us from Chicago with more on this. Mike?
Each night, more than 68,000 homeless Americans sleep on the streets of Chicago. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of illegal immigrants in the Windy City are given hotels and even apartments to sleep in through different government housing assistance programs. Over the last 2 years, Chicago has spent more than $450 million on housing and medical costs for illegal migrants. Money that some Chicagoans say should go towards homeless Americans, not illegal aliens.
Chicago over the last 2 years has spent $450 million on housing illegal aliens, feeding them. How do you feel about that?
I think it's atrocious. I think that, when we have people to take care of here, we should take care of home first. And that's something President Trump says all the time. Let's take care of Americans first.
I look at it as egregious behavior, saying that our homeless rate is ridiculous and they're focusing on non-Americans.
You got a lot of homeless people in this city. You got a lot of homeless veterans. Should the city be looking after them before it looks after those who are here illegally?
I think that the migrants coming in, I'm not opposed to that, and I feel like they should definitely get their support too, but it is sad to me to see, there's a huge homeless population here in Chicago.
But definitely in Chicago, because we've had so many people waiting on a list to secure Section 8 housing. You have single mothers out here that are struggling each and every day. I receive phone calls from mothers that are being put out of their houses right now, and illegal immigrants are getting priority treatment.
Now the mayor is looking for that money, and he's trying to raise taxes to do so, but we know where the money went. He spent it on foreign nationals.
If Kamala Harris wins in November, do you worry that the same policies that we've seen here in Chicago will start taking place all around this country?
Absolutely. If Ms. Harris gets into office, it's going to be 10 times worse.
In Chicago, for Newsmax, I'm Mike Carter.
Thanks for that, Mike. Meanwhile, former President Donald Trump has been busy showing his commitment to ending the migrant crisis, spending time at the southern border again earlier today. Our border correspondent Jason Jones has been monitoring Trump's visit and joins us live from Arizona with more. Jason?
Oh, Rick, it's good to be with you. I have to tell you, the president came out swinging, made no bones about what he was seeing in his disappointment with the Biden-Harris administration due to the open border policies, but by far that, more importantly, the impact to American families. One thing that was really captured, I think, most of the briefing today was the families that were there. He had Rachel Morin's mom, and she spoke about how she was notified about what took place with her daughter, and you could physically see the reaction on the president. Also, Jocelyn, 12-year-old, out of Houston, Texas, brutally killed there again by another illegal alien. Her mother spoke as well. And you could, again, see the president physically impacted by that. But I'll tell you, we've got a little bit on this. He went into going after Vice President Kamala Harris. Listen to what he had to say.
We're in the middle of an area that's not well populated, and to have thousands of people like that is pretty unbelievable. I hope you got to see it. And I hope the press writes this story fairly, because it's a story of disgrace. We had a border czar who was the border czar. She loved the title, but she didn't want to do the work because she's lazy, and probably more importantly than being lazy, she wants to have an open border. And you say, who would want an open border where criminals can pour into our country? And all you have to do is walk up there, if you have the courage to do it, and go to that open section. Stand there for a little while. You'll be running back here very quickly.
Rick, one last thing here I want to point out. That area he's talking about, I'm just south of Sierra Vista. This is where the president came. This is a very remote area on the southwest border. Of all the places he could have gone, I'm surprised that he went there. And he's absolutely right. This area for human smuggling, human trafficking, and above all that, the drug trafficking that flows through here into the country, this is ground zero for deadly fentanyl pouring into the nation. And so it was good to see him come to the border to try to illuminate it. Back to you.
For sure. Jason Jones, thanks so much for your report. We will continue our coverage of the DNC after the break, along with that exclusive interview of Donald Trump by Newsmax correspondent Logan Raddick. That's coming up later in this show. Stick around. We'll see you in a bit.
Hi, folks. We're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Our regular programming will continue in just a minute. Right now, enjoy this American moment.
It was erected in the dead of night, and for 28 years separated East Germany from West Germany. The Berlin Wall quickly came to symbolize the stark difference between the free West and the communist East. In June of 1987, President Reagan visited the wall at the famous Brandenburg Gate and used the occasion to issue two public challenges to then Soviet Premier Mikhail Gorbachev.
If you seek liberalization, come here to this gate. Mr. Gorbachev, open this gate.
His second challenge was more blunt, and as it turned out, even more prophetic.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
On November 9th, 1989, 2 years, 5 months, and 1 day after President Reagan's famous challenge, that is exactly what happened. Only the Soviets didn't tear down the wall, the people of Berlin did. Once the East German government announced their borders to the West were open, the free people on both sides of the wall worked in unison to chip it away piece by piece until this monument to tyranny was completely destroyed. You're watching An American Moment on Newsmax TV.
I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. God wants to heal you and make you whole. You only need to seek His guidance and let Him in. Psychologist, Navy veteran, and former member of Congress, Dr. Tim Murphy, presents The Christ Cure. Find inspiration, guidance, and techniques to start healing through faith. You need this valuable handbook. Get your free copy now. Call the number on your screen or go online to order.
Hi, folks. We're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, you may qualify for a special enrollment period, and you might have questions about Medicare Advantage plans. Like, how is the Medicare Advantage plan different from original Medicare? The Medicare Advantage plan often offers additional benefits that original Medicare does not cover. What plan benefits are available? Plan and plan benefits vary by where you live. Our partners offer plans from Humana, Aetna, Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield, United Healthcare, Kaiser Permanente, Cigna Healthcare, WellCare, so you can compare your options, coverage, and pricing across multiple carriers. How do I check my eligibility? If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing your coverage, it's easy. Make the free call to the number on your screen. Give them your zip code. Choose the plan with the benefits that meets your needs and budget. The call and consultation are free, and there is no obligation.
I just became eligible for Medicare, so I called to find a plan that fits my budget.
Call 800-416-7175.
Welcome back to the Leventhal Report. There have been ongoing demonstrations this whole week outside the DNC, including near the Israeli consulate downtown. Pro-Palestinian protesters and some intense standoffs with hundreds of Chicago police officers, leading to more than a dozen arrests. Senior correspondent John Huddy has been covering the protests and joins us live from Chicago with more on this final day of the DNC. John, what's happening where you are?
Well, the crowd is just starting to march now from Union Park over to Park 578, which is just right on the outer periphery of the United Center. It's basically on the outside of the outer security perimeter there. And as you may recall, Rick, back on Monday, that's where some of the agitators in the group tried to knock down the security fence. There were some scuffles between those. Police moved in, cleared out that. There were a couple arrests, but on Tuesday, when several hours. We're going to walk here. Several hours of real Antifa protesters and marchers in downtown Chicago. There was actually several dozen arrests that night. They were outside of the Israeli consulate, the building where the Israeli consulate is located. They were burning American flags, Israeli flags, and then they tried to push through the police. Last night, there was also a large rally, several thousand people, about the size of tonight. That group, it was not permitted to march in the same direction over by the DNC, but the Chicago PD allowed them to march nonetheless. PD Superintendent Larry Snelling told me that he said as long as things remain nonviolent, they will protect these protesters' right to free speech and free assembly. And that has been the case. That was the case last night. There's a little bit of dust up between some people and police, but there were no arrests. Tonight, that's been the case thus far as we head to Park 578. And I kind of want to walk into the crowd. But I will say this, Rick, a little while ago, on Monday, I was surrounded by some guys who spotted me from the crowd. They knew I was with Newsmax. They got on a bullhorn. They started screaming obscenities at me, started shouting at me. Well, guess who showed up again? Same guys, and we kind of got into it. We got into a back and forth. I wanted them to come on camera with me. I was hoping to interview them. They didn't want to be interviewed. They wanted to shout me down. They wanted me to leave this march, but I'm not going to because, like the other media, I got a right to be here as well. That's you know this. You've done this many years, so you've covered these riots, you've covered protests, you've covered demonstrations. I'm sure you've probably been called out as well, and that's happened. I kind of expect it, but look, we got a right to be here, and we're going to continue to follow this march and demonstration through the evening. That said, the Chicago PD says that it is ready for all scenarios. The National Guard has been on standby throughout the week. Whether or not agitators, if there are agitators in the crowd, try to push police, try to antagonize police, that remains a big question. At this point, that hasn't happened, but this is just starting up, so we'll keep you posted.
John Huddy, we appreciate you very much, and stay safe out there. I have covered my share of protests, and I'm going to be honest, it was one of my least favorite assignments because of the agitators, because some of the people in those crowds can be jerks, and they make it known, and they will come up to you, and they will cause trouble. For more on the protest, we want to welcome in senior editor of The Federalist, John Daniel Davidson. John, there was a lot of talk that these protests would be massive. Were you expecting a bigger turnout of demonstrators, and what kind of impact do you think they're actually having on party platforms and opinions, if any?
Well, it's hard to say what effect it'll have. I was expecting more trouble and bigger crowds, especially after what we saw earlier this summer and in the spring on college campuses. We saw, a really well-organized, kind of a well-oiled machine protesting at all these campuses all over the country. And that went on for days, weeks sometimes, these encampments that we saw on college campuses. So there's clearly an organization and there's funding behind these protests that's able to stand up really massive protests and sustain them over a period of time. And we're not really seeing that in Chicago. And so I think what it tells us is that the same people and organizations and funding that was behind the campus protests are not behind these protests. And part of that, I believe, just speculating here, is they don't want to disrupt the Democratic National Convention that's going on. As for the political ramifications, we've already seen one group, Muslims for Kamala Harris, pull their support for the Harris-Walz ticket and for the Democratic Party because no Palestinian was allowed to speak at the DNC. So I guess it remains to be seen, if any significant electoral impact will result from that. But that's at least one early sign that the far left wing, the sort of pro-Hamas wing of the Democratic Party, is not happy with Kamala Harris.
Well, do you think that Kamala will address the protesters and their issues tonight?
No, I don't think so. Partly because it seems well contained. It doesn't seem like the massive protest that some of us thought it would be. It's not been as disruptive as it might have been. And as long as it's contained, I don't think there's really no upside for Kamala Harris to address this and to make it any bigger than it already is. At this point, addressing it may just add fuel to the fire.
What about Israel? You think she'll talk about Israel?
It's hard to say. She's loath to talk about anything of substance. I expect nothing but platitudes from her and nonsense and lies. So, the day she sits down and starts seriously addressing foreign policy or any other policy issues, I'll eat my hat.
John, it sounds like we agree on a lot. Waleed Ferris has an article up on NewsMax.com right now saying that Iran wants Trump eliminated by Election Day. That's the first I heard of that. Wonder what you think of this.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's no surprise that if Iran does want this, some of the sources cited there were confidential sources, so it's hard to verify them. But, obviously Iranian leaders know that if a Trump administration augurs a very different future for them than the continuation, essentially, of the Biden administration, which is what a Harris presidency would be, which is hands off Iran, treating the mullahs with kid gloves and allowing them to continue down the road of getting a nuclear weapon. They know if Trump takes office, all that's over for them. And so, they also know what happened during the first Trump administration, taking out Soleimani, very tough sanctions on Iran. They've been able to recover a lot of ground during the Biden administration, and they'd like that to continue. So it makes perfect sense that the Iranians would want to do whatever they can to stop Trump from taking office. And so I think we have to take that seriously.
John Daniel Davidson, thanks so much. Appreciate your insight. After this break, we're going to have an exclusive interview with Donald Trump and Newsmax correspondent Logan Raddick. That's coming up, so stay with us. See you in a bit.
His mother wanted him to be a teacher. He wanted to be a lawyer, so they compromised, and he entered the field of medicine. Years later, millions of people throughout the planet would be thankful he did. Dr. Jonas Salk was born here in the Bronx on October 28, 1914, to immigrant parents with very little formal education. At age 13, Salk entered Townsend Harris High, a public school for highly intellectually gifted students who lacked the necessary pedigree to attend more prestigious schools. At the age of 15, Salk transferred to City College, New York, where he earned a degree in chemistry in 1934. Following graduation, Jonas Salk entered New York University Medical School, where he decided on a path of bacteriology research rather than individual practice. Dr. Salk began his presidency at New York's prestigious Mount Sinai Hospital, But in 1947, when the University of Pittsburgh School of Medicine offered him his own research lab, he jumped at the opportunity. It was there that the National Foundation for Infantile Paralysis, with financial support of the Sarah Scaife Foundation, asked Dr. Salk to investigate the origins of that dreaded disease better known today as polio. In 1954, his vaccine was tested on 1 million children, known as the polio pioneers. The vaccine was declared successful and announced safe on April 12, 1955. In 1963, he founded the Salk Institute for Biological Studies, located in La Jolla, California, which continues to serve as a center for medical and scientific research. In 1977, President Jimmy Carter awarded Dr. Salk the Medal of Freedom, the nation's highest honor. You're watching An American Life on Newsmax TV.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-316-6394.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would. And now you can, with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol, combined with 15 other important ingredients. Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function, and that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now, and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You discovered the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
Donald Trump was in North Carolina yesterday, and so was our national correspondent, Logan Raddick, who grabbed the chance to interview the former president. Here's what he had to say.
No president has done anything even close to what I did for Israel. If you think about it, just moving the embassy, creating the capital in Jerusalem, that was such a big deal. I did that. But then we did Golan Heights. Then we did all of these other things nobody's ever done, the Abraham Accords, and the termination of the Iran nuclear deal, which, as you know, Bibi Netanyahu came and just begged Obama not to do at that time, And he was right about that. Bibi was actually right. But I terminated it, and unfortunately, this administration did nothing with it. They could have made a deal very easily early on. Now, Iran has a lot of money, and it's probably a different story.
Let's talk about that key proxy of Iran, and that is Hamas. This administration has tried to make ceasefire deals with them, hostage deals. They seem to keep failing. How would you handle Hamas? Do you think you can make a ceasefire, a hostage deal with a terrorist organization, or does more force need to be used by Israel and their allies?
Well, I hate to say this, but I have to. It would have never happened if I were president. This would have never happened. Iran didn't have the money when I was president because of various things, including sanctions, but Iran didn't have the money to give to Hamas or Hezbollah or any of them. So it would have never happened, but you know what? It did. And when it does, it does. And what you do is you got to get in there, you got to win, and you got to make a deal, and you got to get this thing over with because the whole world is blowing up over it. So you have to get in. Israel has to finish the job that they started because October 7th was a horrible thing. And now I see some of these people that are protesting are saying October 7th never even existed. They're actually trying to pull that one. And you can't pull that one. I've seen things that nobody's ever seen before. What they did was horrific, and they have to get it finished. They have to go in, they have to get it finished, and they have to do it quickly.
Let's talk about Iran, since we've been talking about Iran. They're trying to assassinate you. They've hacked into your campaign. Clearly, they don't like the policies that you had that were so tough on Iran. How would you handle Iran in a second term, and why do you think that they're after you so much? Again, your policies, but why were those policies so effective?
I'm not looking to be tough on Iran. I'm not looking to be tough on anybody, but they respected me. They would have made a deal on nuclear weapons within 1 week after the election. They would have made it 1 week after the election. We would have had a deal on nuclear weapons. It would have been a great thing. It would have been a great thing for the world. And now we don't have that. And we have very weak leadership. We have pathetic leadership. She's a radical left, communist, Marxist, whatever you want to call her. You take a look, she destroyed San Francisco. She destroyed California. And this country is not going to turn out to be like California is right now. I mean, you can't even walk down the streets. Just take a look at San Francisco, what she did there. She took one of the greatest cities in the world and destroyed it. And we're not going to let that happen to our country. That's where she's from. She's from a Marxist philosophy. Her father's a Marxist professor. And we're not going to let her destroy it. Now she's going around smiling. And everything that she believed in up until a few months ago, even during the debate, she was the first one out. She quit. I guess she had 22 people running. She was the first one that quit. She never made it to the first state, which was Iowa. She never made it there. We cannot let her be president. Our country will be destroyed. Our country, inflation will go through the roof. Our businesses will die. There'll be no oil drilling. There'll be no fracking. There'll be no energy. We will have a third world country very quickly.
I want to talk about your previous running mate, and that was former Vice President Mike Pence. He wrote an op-ed in the Washington Post. He said that he quoted you saying Taiwan is 9,500 miles away, and he said, quote, "We cannot give in to the isolationists. Taiwan must not fall," end quote. So he also accused you of ignorance on what he called the far-reaching consequences of American disengagement. What's your message, though, from America, what you would do in a second term in terms of helping Taiwan defend itself from a potential Chinese invasion? Is your former vice president getting your stance on this wrong?
Well, number one, you shouldn't be talking, because when you talk, you give away secrets and you give away things that, whether they're true or not, I won't say. But somebody like that shouldn't be talking. I took him out of nowhere. He was going to lose for governor of Indiana. I took him. I made him vice president. I won the election. It wasn't like he won the election. The president wins. I took him along. So I was very disappointed with him because he did something. He didn't show bravery, let's put it that way, at the end when our country really was in trouble, because we had very, very troubled elections, very, very troubled, and he wasn't willing to do what turned out to be the thing he should have done. But he shouldn't be talking about what I said. He shouldn't be telling that to China. And I wouldn't deny or accept what he said is true about that. But certainly somebody in that position, just to write an article because nobody cares about him anymore, he shouldn't be talking about that. He shouldn't be telling secrets from the White House. It's almost, I mean, you could say some very bad things about somebody that does that. We shouldn't be telling our inner thoughts to China or Russia or anybody else.
Imagine that, a candidate who actually does interviews with real reporters. I hope Kamala is taking notes. We should mention that Newsmax trusts the results of the 2020 election, and Donald Trump has a right to say whatever he wants, and Kamala Harris should too. She should talk. That's all the time we have for this edition of the Leventhal Report. I'm Rick Leventhal, and appreciate you being here. We stream live every day on NewsMax2 at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, so we will see you here again tomorrow. But our coverage of the DNC continues now with David Harris Jr. and The Pulse, and I'll be here all night to weigh in on the speeches as they happen. So keep it tuned right here on N2, and have a great night, everybody.
We're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Born July 10th, 1856. Nikola Tesla would revolutionize the world of electricity, become fabulously wealthy in the process, but die a tragic death. A gifted child of Serbian nationality, he was born in the Austrian Empire. Tesla would graduate early from high school, crediting his physics professor for encouraging his interest in electricity. In 1884, after 2 years in Paris at the offices of Continental Edison, the company founded by Thomas Edison, Tesla emigrated to New York City and the Edison Machine Works. Working day and night to improve Edison's direct current generators, Tesla believed if successful, and he was, Edison had promised to pay him a $50,000 bonus, equivalent to $1.3 million today. But when it came time to be paid, Thomas Edison said his promise was meant as a joke. Tesla quit Edison, but took with him the knowledge of his experiments in the new technology known as AC, or alternating current. Edison's direct current only traveled 2 miles before needing to be regenerated, where alternating current offered long-distance, high-voltage transmission. In 1897, Westinghouse bought Tesla's patent for an incredible $216,000, or just shy of $6 million in today's money. Among other things, Tesla discovered wireless electricity, radio waves, electromagnet radiation, and invented the first X-ray. He came up with the idea of remote control. He suggested America's War Department create radio-controlled torpedoes for naval warfare, but the admirals laughed at the idea. In the 1930s, Tesla created a death ray called the Teleforce. His electronic particle beam sounded like something out of science fiction, but he argued it could change warfare completely. The military, like with his remote control idea, took little interest. After his death, his plans for the particle beam could not be found. As a lifelong bachelor and recluse, the great scientist ended his closing days in a single room at the famed New Yorker Hotel. One of the world's most brilliant minds in the fields of energy and physics died on January 7th, 1943, alone and penniless. You're watching An American Life on Newsmax TV.
Will you be able to afford your golden years? Do you worry how you'll make ends meet? You may be leaving up to $100,000 unclaimed. You need this special report. How to boost your Social Security and retirement by at least $100,000 or more. Get your free copy today. You've earned the benefits. Take advantage now. See our special offer to claim your free report. Call or go online.
Tonight, the joy of nothing. We're live at the DNC where Kamala Harris is about to cackle in our faces after tanking our economy and flooding our country with violent criminals. I'll tell you why her pitch for a second term should fall on angry ears. Plus, broken at the border. President Trump is with families destroyed by illegal aliens. They're telling their stories through tears and begging Democrats to listen. I'll tell you the new border policies that President Trump just promised to put in place. And free money for freeloaders. Wait until you hear about the new illegal alien cash giveaway being pushed in California. This might make you want to give up your citizenship just to collect a colossal check. All that and much more. The Pulse starts now.
Vote for America 2024. The Democratic National Convention.
Good evening, friends, and welcome to The Pulse. I am David Harris, Jr. Well, it's the final night of the Democrat National Disgrace, where Queen Kamala is about to address her abhorring public. We'll watch her entire speech with you live right here on N2 when it happens. So far, the DNC has been a convention about nothing. No policies, no solutions, only promises of good vibes and joy. President Trump's vice presidential candidate, J.D. Vance, said what we've all been thinking last night on CNN.
Watch.
I think it's an interesting contrast, Jake, between what President Trump and I are offering, which is very simple. We are advancing policies that are going to lower the cost of housing, lower the cost of food, secure the southern border, and raise wages for the middle class. And Kamala Harris really can't run on accomplishing that because her policies have, in fact, caused a lot of the problems and a lot of the suffering that we see in our country. So what you see from the Democrats is instead this argument that if you want to vote for Donald Trump because you want to change the direction of this country, you're somehow a bad person. And I really think that that dark message really doesn't gel at all with the idea that somehow the Democrats are the joyful party. There's a lot of attacks on Donald Trump, a lot of criticisms of what he's done and what he's said, not a whole lot of positive vision for how Kamala Harris is going to fix the problems that plague the country.
Yeah, that's exactly what they have. Hopefully people are witnessing and seeing that that's all they've got. They've got a bunch of negative rhetoric against President Trump and no talk of actual policy. The Democrats can only campaign on straw men and lies. But the Trump team, they're ready for them. In that same interview, watch how J.D. Vance handled a phony accusation from DNC darling Pete Buttigieg.
Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg this evening spoke tonight. He took aim at one of your past comments from 2021, that Americans that don't have children have, quote, no physical commitment to the future of this country, unquote. I want you to take a listen and get your reaction.
You know, Senator, when I deployed to Afghanistan, I didn't have kids then. Many of the men and women who went outside the wire with me didn't have kids either. But let me tell you, our commitment to the future of this country was pretty damn physical.
Well, my response, Jake, is that Pete Buttigieg has taken a sarcastic remark that I made 3 years ago and turned it into something to distract from the fact that his leadership has seen higher transportation costs, higher fuel costs, and higher food prices for American citizens all over our country. These guys act so focused on a sarcastic quip that I made that they ignore the fact that under Kamala Harris's leadership, Americans can't afford the basic necessities of a good life in this country. And so I appreciate that Pete Buttigieg pretends to be offended by what I said. I think Pete should be offended by the fact that under his leadership as Secretary of Transportation, the government took in $8 billion to build 7 electric vehicle charging facilities at a time when Americans are paying 45% more for the gas that transports them to work. That's what we should be focused on, and that's what we should be talking about. And it illustrates, Jake, my entire criticism of the Democratic approach here is they're focused on fake issues instead of the real record. And the real record is that Kamala Harris has made this country poorer. Donald Trump made the middle class richer, and he caused a lot of peace and prosperity to break out in this country and all over the world. It's a very simple contrast, and I wish the Democrats would focus on the issues.
Well, it's really hard to argue with J.D. Vance right there. Everything he said was true. Every American can feel it. We all see it. We see it at the gas pump. We see it at the grocery store. We see it with the headlines of how many illegals have raped or murdered Americans. I think that, I hope, and I'm really glad, too, that CNN is actually showing that and giving J.D. Vance the opportunity to speak, because that's what they need to hear the most. But my question is, I wonder if tonight's celebrity cameos and pop star performances will be enough to distract viewers from the very obvious truth that the Empress has no platform. Joining me now is the founder of the Walkaway campaign and my good friend, Brandon Strzok. Brandon, my brother, so honored to have you on with me tonight. You know, we've been friends for years, spoke at several of your events, love your story, I love you, and you should give every single person hope that has a family member or a friend that is a crazed lunatic when it comes to hating Trump, because you were once that guy, and now you've led a mission and a campaign that's woken up millions of Democrats to walk away from the Democrat Party and speak the truth. Tell me, what are you seeing from the DNC this week? Anything that any Democrat should be proud of, or what are your thoughts?
No, unfortunately, what I'm seeing is, I think what we've seen for a long time. It's the division of their voting base into various minority communities, and then nonstop, relentless fear-mongering. More and more talk about white supremacy, more and more talk about the threats to black and brown Americans, threats to immigrants, threats to LGBT people. They're talking about threats to women and having their rights to an abortion taken away. They're not actually proposing any policy that would make people's lives better or addressing any of the issues or concerns that average, everyday Americans are sitting around up late at night trying to figure out how they're going to pay their bills, pay for groceries, pay for gas, pay for things like this. Instead, all they're talking about are the same myths about Donald Trump and his supporters wanting to take the rights away of women, of LGBT people, of wanting to do harm to black and brown people and immigrants. And frankly, I find it really nauseating. And I think that a lot of minorities do too, David, at this point, which is why I think we're seeing so many people in the black and Hispanic community walking away, and so many people waking up at this point, because people are really figuring it out. They're really figuring out that they've been lied to, manipulated, exploited. I think they've had enough of it. And I think at this point, it's really the liberal white women who they're trying desperately to hang on to, because so much of their messaging right now is about fear-mongering about abortion rights.
Yeah. You know, I was just thinking, I think it was, what, 6, maybe 7 years ago, when you put out your very first video, and I saw it. I was nowhere near having my own show here on Newsmax, and I invited you on my show, and I loved your video. Here you are, 6+ years later. You've woken up a lot of people. You've got a new video that I apologize we're not able to show it, because there were some clips in there that we didn't have clearance to show. But why don't you share a little bit about what your first video was, and then tell us what this next video that I know President Trump just actually honored you about it as well. Dive into a little bit. What are you sharing in this latest video of yours?
Right. So like you said, 6 years ago, I kind of started, people got to know me because I shared a video about why I was walking away from the Democratic Party. And for people who remember that video, it was me in a black t-shirt with a black background, just kind of talking about all the reasons why I was walking away. For years, people have been asking me, will you do a sequel to that video? Will you talk about now, all these years later, what's changed since you walked away 6 years ago? Finally, I did it. I sat down and I wrote a script, and I thought to myself, okay, in the last 6 years since I put out that first video, what are all the things I can think of that the Democrats have done to erode our culture, our values, our freedoms and liberties, and our country in general? And pages and pages I wrote down, and then I took all of that I'd written down, and I kind of put it in script form and basically broke it up into 4 different acts. I talk about in Act 1 what I call the left's war on reality, how they'll accuse you of doing everything that they do and being everything that they are, and the ways in which they gaslight us and try to convince us that up is down, left is right, black is white, and completely basically chip it away at our common... Yeah, thank you. And chip away at our common perception of what's true and what's false. In the second act of the video, and by the way, this video is less than 10 minutes long, so this is like rapid fire, you know, that I'm going through. But in the second act of it, I talk about the way the left tries to own minorities in this country, that they assume that they have ownership over black and brown and LGBT people, immigrants and women.
You mean like when Joe Biden said, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black?
That's in my video. that moment's in my video. Yeah, absolutely. And that, you know, and I know that, David, you know this too. If you belong to a minority community and you don't think the way they want you to think and do what they want you to do, you're the first person that they'll lash out. They'll call you a coon. They'll call you an Uncle Tom. Oh, yeah. All of names that I can't even say on this network. You know, and in the third act of the video, I talk about how they brought authoritarianism to America under the guise of protecting people from a pandemic. Suddenly, they felt entitled to shut down your business, force you to mask, force you to take vaccines, you know, and on and on. And in the fourth and final act, I talk about the ways in which they've weaponized our justice system, and that they've weaponized the DOJ, the FBI, and various 3-letter agencies to spy on their opponents, to jail, raid, and try to destroy the lives of their political opponents. And I certainly know what that feels like.
Yeah, I know you do. I know. You and I were actually at the right in the front row on January 6th. I was supposed to speak. I forget if you were supposed to speak that day as well. And I was supposed to speak alongside Mike Lindell. Yeah, I thought you were. Mike Lindell, I showed up, and Mike said, hey, we're not speaking today. They changed the lineup. And then hindsight, we were like, thank God for that, except after we left the D.C., after we left the stage, we had to wait for it to kind of clear out because there was hundreds, 100,000 or 200,000 people easily. We walked back to the Willard Hotel, and then you went on to the Capitol, and we went upstairs to warm up because it was freezing. And it was just that slight bit of separation that my wife and Terrence Williams and I went upstairs. You went to the Capitol. You were on the stairs. You got railroaded. They went after you hard. The FBI, DOJ, they went after you. Thank God. Again, we stayed upstairs. in the hotel room. My wife saw that chaos and said, "You're not going anywhere." But they put you through it, brother. I know they showed up, early in the morning, black suits, banging on the door, yanked you out, threw you in solitary confinement. You went through, 21 months? 21 months of pretty much torture. I'm not sure. You could share how much time you spent in jail. And then just still the battle, the nonstop lawfare that we just saw them do against President Trump this year. Tell us a little bit about what that was for you. And I know we talked several times. I know it was very hard, but share with us what it was like to go through that at the hands of your own government with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris at the helm, and then how you feel now that you're out of it, or mostly out of it.
Right. Well, yeah, it's impossible to put into words how terrible it was and has been. But I can tell you, so for anyone who doesn't know, I never entered the Capitol on January 6th. I stood outside of the building for 8 minutes. No violence, no vandalism. And by the way, I didn't even witness any violence, vandalism, theft, or destruction. When I got there, the doors on the east side of the Capitol were open, and I stood outside filming a video for 8 minutes of what I was seeing and uploaded it to social media. Because of who I am, that was enough for 2 weeks later, the FBI to raid my home at dawn. A team of agents in tactical gear came into my apartment, got me out of bed, put me in handcuffs. Within 30 seconds, I was handcuffed and told that I was going to jail on multiple felony charges. And they did. They raided my apartment. They took my computers, my phones, my iPads, my hard drives, my clothing, while 2 other agents took me to jail. And for the next year and a half, basically, I went through a never-ending nightmare, which ultimately resulted in me spending time in jail, 3 more months on house arrest. I'm still on probation, 3 years of federal probation, which will go on until this coming January. Fines, fees, you name it. I mean, it was... Honestly, you would think that I went to the Capitol with a bomb strapped to my back, and went there with the intention of killing a bunch of people, when in fact, ultimately what I did was stood outside of the building for 8 minutes on what they called restricted grounds, and all of this for that. And the ways in which, they destroyed my name, my reputation, and financially, the cost of going through something like this, it's absolutely brutal.
And it was done by this current DOJ underneath the leadership of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. And we all know President Trump, he wouldn't do that to Americans. Really quickly, before we get out of here, final 20 seconds, where can people go to follow you and to watch your new video?
Please go to walkawaycampaign.com. That's our website. But I also want to tell your audience very quickly, we're running an amazing challenge right now, giving away $10,000 to the best walkaway video. And anybody who has a great walkaway story to share and wants a chance at $10,000, go to walkawaychallenge.com and enter your video for a chance to win $10,000 just for sharing your walkaway story. That's walkawaychallenge.com.
Walkawaychallenge.com. Brandon, I love it. I love you. We've prayed together often. I know God's on your side. Can't wait to have you back, brother. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Thanks, man.
Coming up, the communist Queen Kamala is speaking tonight. Will she cackle in the face of struggling Americans? We'll go live to the DNC next.
Heart attacks can happen at any time. If you suffer cardiac arrest outside of a hospital, you have just a 7% chance of surviving.
That's why this world-renowned cardiologist brings you the simple Heart Cure diet and meal plan. Start improving your heart health now with this easy-to-follow program that combines expert advice with hundreds of delicious heart-healthy recipes. See improvements in as little as 28 days. Claim your free copy today. Go online or call the number on your screen. Federal agencies urge every family to have an emergency radio. During any disaster, electrical power may get cut. The emergency radio gives you the vital information you need. Newsmax wants you to have the Dynamo Emergency Band Radio. It doesn't need batteries and works in any emergencies. It retails for $30. You can get it with the free offer. Call or go online and get the emergency radio today. Your life may depend on it.
If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage,
You may qualify for a special enrollment period, and you might have questions about Medicare Advantage plans. Like, how is the Medicare Advantage plan different from original Medicare? The Medicare Advantage plan often offers additional benefits that original Medicare does not cover. What plan benefits are available? Plan and plan benefits vary by where you live. Our partners offer plans from Humana, Aetna, Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield, United Healthcare, Kaiser Permanente, Cigna Healthcare, WellCare, so you can compare your options, coverage, and pricing across multiple carriers. How do I check my eligibility? If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing your coverage, it's easy. Make the free call to the number on your screen. Give them your zip code. Choose the plan with the benefits that meets your needs and budget. The call and consultation are free, and there is no obligation.
I just became eligible for Medicare, so I called to find a plan that fits my budget.
Call 800-416-7175.
I was exhausted all the time, and I just didn't feel like myself. And then came the weight gain. I found out I was like millions of Americans whose thyroid gland wasn't functioning like it was supposed to. And that's why I started taking Actilin, a premium nutritional supplement. Actilin was created by renowned physician Dr. David Brownstein, formulated with 17 powerful ingredients to specifically support your thyroid function, adrenal health, and metabolism. And now, you can get a free bottle of Actilin with our special offer. Just pay a small shipping and handling charge. Plus, receive Dr. Brownstein's free special report, A Doctor's Guide to a Healthy Thyroid. If you're experiencing loss of energy, cold hands and feet, dry skin, weight gain, or joint pain, Actilin may be right for you. Don't wait, act now. Get your free trial bottle of Actilin, valued at $39.95.
Welcome back, friends, to The Pulse. I am David Harris Jr. Well, the Queen of Incompetence is addressing her subjects tonight at the Democrat National Convention. We're told that she'll have a message of joy for the very country that she's spent the last 3.5 years bringing to its knees. So how will Comrade Kamala sell her re-election bid to the people that she's failed on every front? Joining me now is former U.S. Marine and veteran advocate Kate Monroe. Kate, thank you so much for joining me this evening. I'm sure you've been watching at least clips, the highlights. We've heard Oprah's gone there, Barack Obama, Michelle Obama, Little John, John Legend. They're all slamming President Trump, but they're not speaking about any policies. Do you think they're really winning anybody over, or is there hope to just get people emotionally angry at Trump and emotionally deceived, thinking that somehow Kamala is going to all of a sudden bring joy and happiness to the country? The same country that she's destroyed the last 3.5 years.
I feel like on the left, what they're trying to do is say, okay, someone lit my house on fire. We'll call them an arsonist. And let me go ahead and call the arsonist and have them put the fire out. That is what the left is asking us to do. I don't care how many people you parade around, how many stars come out. How many times the Obamas come out and say, this maybe is a job for black people now? I don't care what kind of racial slurs that they throw out. They are only affecting the people at this rally. They're certainly not affecting the people outside of the rally who'd like to torch the rally. They're not affecting me or you or independents or Republicans. There's part of their left base that they have left behind as well. So, carry on with your witchcraft, but we're not buying it.
Yeah, I don't think the American people, I really hope the Democrats watching it. Let me ask you, is there anybody that you know that's maybe voted Democrat in the past that's watching the DNC, that's not there in the DNC? Obviously, they just all feel like they're having a party. But what about average Democrats around the country watching this? Do you think that they feel good about their party having Little John up there talking about shots right after a few weeks ago? Kamala's got, the other artists there shaking and twerking their booties. And do you think any Democrat literally, sensibly could feel confident and happy that this is where their party's at?
Well, I think people like to think that I operate in an echo chamber of Republicanism and MAGAism and Trumpism. I happen to be married to a Turkish immigrant liberal Democrat atheist. So I can tell you firsthand that this man, who has a PhD in electrical engineering, told me last night, I will not be voting in this election. So while I will not be voting for Trump, I will not be voting. He said, you have Bernie Sanders get up and talk about how you can't buy an election, and then you have a Democrat billionaire get up and talk about how great it is that he can buy an election. Like, you cannot make this stuff up. So I think that a lot of pragmatic Democrats are lost on this rhetoric for sure, and I would know that firsthand.
Well, I guess you would know that firsthand, Kate. I will be praying for you. You must have some very interesting conversations. How do you make it work? Do you just not talk politics, or when you sense it's getting a little heated, you just you have a phrase, a keyword that's push pause, or what? How do you make it work?
Well, I think the way that we make it work, honestly, is because I think that 90% of Americans feel the same way. It's media that leads us to believe that we are so different. Like my husband, who came from Turkey here, cannot believe we have an open border. So this is not every person on the left thinks we should have an open border. No, they do not. He doesn't understand how we're worth less money now. He doesn't like that he was forced to retire at 55. He doesn't like that, we were safer and more prosperous under the last administration. So he has eyes and ears, and he can see clearly what's going on, and he is completely bowed out of this election. So it's not as hard as people think to get along, because most people want basic hallmarks of safety.
Well, everything that you just said that your husband identifies is wrong with this current party. They're all the things that President Trump is championing. Final 20 seconds, Kate. Why wouldn't your husband vote for Trump?
So my husband is at the cusp, so I got him. He's not voting for them. I think that he's a little pissed off that he's not making as much as he used to, and he doesn't like that anybody can get into our country easily. I think that convincing him to vote for Trump really just relies on the fact that he has a child who's 7 and wants this nation to be what it was when he moved here 20-something years ago, and he is teetering at the cusp of switching lanes and voting for Trump. So we almost got him.
What's your husband's name?
Keep him in your prayers.
What's his name? If you don't mind.
Levitt.
What is it?
Levitt. Yes.
Levitt. All right, I'm going to pray for Levitt. Kate, I'm going to pray for you. Thank you so much. God bless you. I will pray for Levitt. I'll do it tonight on tonight's Silver Lining. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you so much. Have a great night.
You too. Now let's go live to the Democrat National Convention with the hosts of John Bachman Now, John Bachman, and Newsline and Newswire host Bianca de la Garza. John and Bianca, thank you so much for joining us. You are there at the DNC. Tell us what is happening.
Well, we just got excerpts of Kamala's much anticipated speech just into the inbox here. As we heard, she's going to start off with some personal thoughts about her mother. And it goes into what we also knew, Project 2025, John. She says, we know what a second Trump term would look like. It's all laid out in 2025. I think the real interesting commentary is we all know what a current term looks like under Harris herself, how she is going to try and pretend that she has not been involved in any of the problems that are plaguing Americans.
Yeah, and David, earlier tonight, Greta interviewed Gavin Newsom here, and he was sitting next to us. And we actually joked and laughed out loud about the fact that Democrats and the DNC are trying to project this as, well, America is going to be introduced to Kamala Harris tonight, when we're supposed to forget that she's been the vice president for the last 4 years. She was a senator for 2 years before that. She was the attorney general of California before that. It's like all of that never happened. Anything she ever said before a month ago didn't actually exist. And they want us to believe that she's patriotic. They want us to believe that she has this amazing story. And then they also want to talk about Project 2025, which, as you know, Donald Trump has disavowed. And I think this is a theme. They don't care that these lies have been debunked. They're going to continue to push them all convention long. But I think the honeymoon ends tomorrow. There's a sense, if you've been following some of the reporting, they're starting to get a little bit more critical of Kamala Harris. They might be chomping at the bit because there's only so much cognitive dissonance even the mainstream press can take, and I think they've reached their limit.
I think I found one thing that's pretty truthful in here, though, if I may. I see in America where we hold fast to the fearless belief that built our nation, that inspired the world, that here in this country, anything is possible, nothing is out of reach. And clearly, when you have a woman at the top of the ticket running for president of the United States, it's within her reach without getting a vote. Clearly, anything can happen. Nothing is out of reach when you are her, in her opinion, which is just
And
wild.
She's going to talk about the middle class here. Here's a quote that we can hear tonight. We know a strong middle class has always been critical to America's success, and building that middle class will be a defining goal of my presidency. This is personal for me. The middle class is where I come from. They keep talking about the middle class, David, but the policies that she has recommended, price controls, the 45% tax on capital gains, unrealized capital gains, a 25% tax, or raising the corporate tax, I'm sorry, from 21% to 28%. All of these things by bipartisan economists have said they would destroy the economy and destroy the middle class.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Well, thank you two so much for giving us an update. We appreciate you. I know we'll be coming back to you guys later on N2, but thanks for giving us the insights. Hopefully America's listening and watching N2, because they're not going to hear you guys break it down the way that you just did, Bianca and John, on MSNBC or any legacy media. God bless you guys.
Thanks, David. God bless you.
Coming up, the party of illegal aliens is pledging to give them a boatload of money while Americans continue to struggle. You will not believe what we're about to expose next.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
One spring day in 1781, a small community in North Carolina served as a backdrop that would change the course of the American Revolution. Guilford Courthouse National Military Park lies just north of Greensboro, North Carolina, and commemorates a battle on March 15th between Revolutionary forces under the command of General Nathaniel Greene and the British under General Cornwallis. Almost 2,000 highly trained British redcoats squared off against 4,400 Continental militia. After 2.5 hours of fighting, Greene was forced to order his fellow Americans into retreat. The British may have gained a tactical victory at Guilford Courthouse, but Greene's army remained mightily intact, while more than 25% of Cornwallis's men were killed, wounded, or captured. The Americans' unorthodox attacks had been perfected by one of Greene's generals, Francis Marion, the father of guerrilla warfare. The British dubbed him the Swamp Fox for his successful hit-and-run tactics. Today, a towering statue of General Greene keeps watch over monuments to many of the militia who fought and died in related battles, including this monument to Major Joseph Winston, which honors local riflemen who fought fiercely on the battlefield. Though the battle was short, it opened the campaign that led to America's victory in the Revolutionary War. Cornwallis gave up on the Carolinas, heading north to Virginia, where he would ultimately surrender 7 months later at a place called Yorktown. I'm Lucy Celia, and this is An American Place on Newsmax TV.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
I heard you weren't too happy with this particular network, Fox, but I was watching. Yeah, I understand you exactly, but not exactly friendly. Greg Kelly over at Newsmax. The Newsmax people have been really, really terrific. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions are tired of Fox, and they're switching to Newsmax Plus. It's the fastest growing streaming service in America. You don't need woke Disney and Hulu anymore. Just get Newsmax Plus. Watch the best shows like Greg Kelly, Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, and Carl Higbie. And get incredible analysis from Dick Morris, Alan Dershowitz, Carrie Lake, Mike Huckabee, and more. It's free to start. So go to NewsmaxPlus.com now to sign up and watch Newsmax anytime, anywhere.
To the Pulse. I am David Harris Jr. Well, the party of illegal aliens is showering its real constituents with free money. In California, a state Senate committee has advanced a bill that would give illegal aliens up to $150,000 in home loans. Are you freaking kidding me? And friends, these loans, they never have to pay them back. It's one of the many illegal immigrant cash giveaways imposed on the rest of us by Democrats. Yeah, and it's not free, it's tax money. A new report also shows the federal government is spending around $3 billion, with a B, dollars each year on food stamps for illegal immigrants. Too bad you're in this country legally. You got to pay for your own food and your own home. In New York City alone, taxpayers have spent over $300 million to put illegal immigrants in luxury hotels. They pay for their health care, and they fill their pockets with spending money. How many out there feel like some spending money would be nice right about now? So how can Democrat voters defend their leaders putting illegals ahead of Americans? To find out, let's ask Democrat political analyst John Nichols. John, thank you so much for joining me this evening. Brother, can you explain it to me? Can you tell me why in the world should anybody vote for Kamala and Tim Walz when this party, Kamala Harris under Joe Biden, has been giving illegals pretty much everything they want, all these handouts, open the borders, give them luxury hotels, pay for their health care, give them EBT cards, while Americans are struggling? Can you honestly make sense of that for me?
So first, I want to begin by saying you got two names wrong. It's Kamala and it's Jason is my name. But David, I'm glad to be with you. And let me just be clear that immigrant encounters are down 57%, and they've been dropping over the last 5 months. They're at lows for this presidency.
Where are you getting your data?
You can look it up. Google's free. But what I will also tell you is that this is why
commanders, and they say that the numbers are actually through the roof right now, Jason. It's not less than it was.
No.
The numbers are through the roof.
So that's why you should look at their numbers, and I'm glad you talked to them, because it sounds like they would give you those numbers. Maybe you've talked to them more than 5 months ago, but those numbers have gone down. Before that, we had a piece of legislation. Before that, we had a piece of legislation that could have impacted this border situation that we have here. But of course, we know Donald Trump killed that, even though it was the most conservative piece of legislation dealing with immigration that we had in a generation. And it was written by conservative Republican James Lankford.
You're talking about before 3.5 years ago, when the border crossings were actually at the lowest possible point. Because if you're talking about anything that took place in the last 3.5 years, how could Trump kill it? He's not in office.
That's
He's not in Congress.
David.
You're still blaming it on Trump.
David, that's untrue. First of all, we know that this spike began in 2020. So obviously, Trump also didn't pass any legislation. He had executive orders, which is what this current administration is doing as well. But as far as what you were saying
we know
earlier
that we know that Joe rescinded like three. We know Joe rescinded like 3 of President Trump's executive orders as soon as he got in office. Remain in Mexico policy that turned into basically catch and release, let people in. But what about this? What do you say to Trump's actually at the border today. He went to the border today. Kamala still hasn't been to the border. She was appointed border czar by Joe Biden, by President Joe Biden. She never gone to the border, and you can look it up all over mainstream media. I've showed clip after clip of MSNBC, CNN calling Kamala Harris the border czar. So you can't tell me that's fake news. But here's the problem. She still hasn't been to the border. Meanwhile, Trump's at the border this morning, and he has the mother of Rachel Morin. Rachel Morin was murdered up in Maryland, 1,800 miles away from the border. 5 children. We've got the mother of Jocelyn, a 12-year-old that was strangled to death and raped and thrown in a ditch by illegal aliens. The DNC, nobody at the DNC has mentioned illegal alien crime not once. Why is that?
So first of all, when we're talking about whether she was the border czar, I agree with you. The media did that, and the media made a mistake, and you and I both know that the media makes lots of mistakes. Kamala Harris never called herself border czar,
in the bill,
nor did Joe Biden. Nor did Joe Biden. She was sent to deal with the root causes of immigration in the Northern Triangle of Central America, which is literally a different location than the border. We don't border Central America, we border Mexico. So obviously she's not the border czar. If you want to blame Alejandro Mayorkas, which is Homeland Security, then maybe you could have a conversation about that. But that's not Kamala Harris.
Well, he's at fault too.
She's not in charge.
He's at fault too.
She's not in charge of
we
the
could
border.
go back and forth, but let me just ask you the question. Why haven't, if she's not in charge of the border and it's not her fault, then why hasn't the DNC, anybody at the DNC, made one mention of any of the families that have lost loved ones or had loved ones raped at the hands of illegal aliens? How come they haven't even brought it up?
So one of the things that they have talked about is migration and trying to have a fair immigration system and trying to get legislation passed. And I think you're going to hear that from Kamala Harris tonight. She's going to mention migration. The tragedies that have happened, there are tragedies that happen all over this country, including from gun violence that we've seen in schools. All of those things need to be addressed. And these are things that some Republicans have not addressed. The people that died from gun violence, whether it's at El Paso or whether it was at Buffalo or any of the right-wing extremists that went out and killed people with legally purchased firearms.
Jason, you're beating around the bush, brother. I just asked you a very simple question. Why haven't they addressed any of the family members that have lost loved ones or had people raped at the hands of illegal aliens? You do this. A lot of Democrat analysts do this. They want to point the finger at other crime that's happening in the United States. The problem is that crime, sure, we can't do something about what's happening here. There's other issues. Illegal aliens shouldn't even be in this country in the first place. And Kamala Harris has been throwing and sounding a dog whistle to illegal aliens, and Democrats have been throwing money at them nonstop, just like in California and Oregon, saying, come here, come across the border. We'll take care of you, give you free housing, free hotels, free food, free health care. Meanwhile, Americans are struggling. I'm sorry, Jason, but I just, at least we can agree to disagree. But this brother right here is not voting for Kamala. Jason Nichols, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Coming up, President Trump outlining new illegal immigration policies at the southern border with emotional stories from families destroyed by Kamala's alien army. That's next.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
We must begin by acknowledging a hard truth. We will not eradicate violent conflict in our lifetimes. There will be times when nations, acting individually or in concert, will find the use of force not only necessary, but morally justified. For make no mistake, evil does exist in the world. A nonviolent movement could not have halted Hitler's armies. Negotiations cannot convince al-Qaeda's leaders to lay down their arms. To say that force may sometimes be necessary is not a call to cynicism, it is a recognition of history, the imperfections of man, and the limits of reason. The United States of America has helped underwrite global security for more than 6 decades with the blood of our citizens and the strength of our arms. We have borne this burden not because we seek to impose our will. We have done so out of enlightened self-interest, because we seek a better future for our children and grandchildren, and we believe that their lives will be better if others' children and grandchildren can live in freedom and prosperity.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries. If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, you may qualify for enrollment in a Medicare Advantage plan, so make sure you know your Medicare ABCs. You may be familiar with Medicare Parts A and B, but if you are thinking about Part C, also called a Medicare Advantage plan, speak with a licensed insurance agent to see what plans and benefits are available in your area. Our partners offer plans from Humana, Aetna, Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield, United Healthcare, Kaiser Permanente, Cigna Healthcare, WellCare, so you can compare your options, coverage, and pricing across multiple carriers. If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, make the free call to the number on your screen. Give them your zip code, and a licensed insurance agent will walk you through the entire process. It's that easy.
I just became eligible for Medicare, so I called to find a plan that fits my budget.
For a free, no-obligation consultation,
call 800-480-8716.
Welcome back, friends, to The Pulse. I am David Harris, Jr. While Kamala Harris is cackling joyfully in the safety of the DNC, her illegal alien army is destroying American lives. President Trump went to the border today to share their stories with the world because Democrats, they want to pretend that they don't even exist. Let's watch the mother of Jocelyn Nungary, a 12-year-old girl who was raped for hours, then strangled and left dead under a bridge by 2 illegal aliens from Venezuela. With a broken heart, she shared her family's agony with the hope that anyone in Kamala's government would listen.
It's still very, very early, and it's still very, very raw, and it's still very, very surreal. And they had no reason to do anything that they did to Jocelyn. There was over 300 detention beds that they should have been at because they were detained and they were released when they shouldn't have been released. One had an ankle monitor, didn't stop anything. So now I have to go through the rest of my life with my son, always asking for his sister. And I just really, really, really want everybody to please take into consideration how important border control is, because we're losing very innocent people to heinous crimes that shouldn't be happening in the first place.
I've got 2 daughters and I've got 2 grandbabies, and when I hear a mother, and I heard the mother, Rachel Morin, today as well, sharing just what she's been going through, it just, where are the Democrats at? What are they doing? They're laughing, partying. They're not even admitting, acknowledging any of these family members. They're just throwing a party and acting like they don't even happen. It's truly is a disgrace. Well, today, President Trump announced new plans to stop the Democrats' illegal alien rape and murder spree. Watch.
Tough new sentences on illegal alien criminals. These include 10-year mandatory minimum sentence for anyone guilty of human smuggling, a guaranteed life sentence for anyone guilty of child trafficking, and a death penalty for anyone guilty of child or woman sex trafficking. We'll also impose the death penalty on major drug dealers and traffickers. In other countries, on their immigration papers, there's a statement that says, death for drug traffickers. Big letters, big bold letters, 10 times the size of everything else on the page. I saw it this morning. And those are the countries where they have no problem with drugs. Many of them, actually. We will also impose the death penalty for anyone killing our police, sheriffs, Border Patrol, ICE, or law enforcement officials. The death penalty with a quicker trial, not a trial that lasts for 15 years and everybody gets exhausted.
Friends, that's how you stop. That's how you stop those that don't care one iota who they hurt, who they kill, who they rape or murder, especially in states where they just get let off with a slap on the wrist. So many of them go out to just do it again. Will the joyful vibes over the safety of families win out in this next election? Or will it be the stern, strong stance of President Trump? Joining me now is Arizona Sheriff Mark Lamb. Mark, you know all too well of the pains of some of these families, some of the Border Patrol agents that have gone through just the most tragic of circumstances and situations at the hands of illegal aliens. Do you think that what Trump is proposing, death penalty, straight up, sex trafficking, dead, drug trafficking, dead, quick trial, end of discussion, send you to your maker, do you think that would slow down those that want to do these heinous things to women and children?
Absolutely. It works in other countries where they do that. Look, you only gain peace through strength, David. You know that. This is how we get our country back. And look, I've been saying for a long time, the longer the left continues to let this problem grow and grow and grow, the harsher the consequences will be to restore America and to re-secure our border. That is what it's going to take. And we've got to start holding people accountable. Until we do, they're going to continue to break the law, and the Americans will be the victims in this whole tragedy that's playing out in front of our country.
Yeah, and what would you say? My guest earlier, a Democrat analyst, said that there's fewer border crossings today than there were under Trump, and then he tries to blame Trump for a bill that had bipartisan support when Trump wasn't even in office. But what would you say to somebody that if maybe they're watching, they're like, maybe they are lower than they were under Trump? What would you say to that?
That's a flat out lie. You can simply do the numbers. We're still averaging 4,500 in the Tucson sector. There's multiple sectors along the border. So 4,500 a week. If you do the math on just that 4,500 a week, that's going to exceed the amount that Trump had in his last year. And that's just from one sector. Look, this is ridiculous that these guys would continue to push this type of narrative out there. They're lying to the American people. They're taking the numbers and moving them all around. They're using the CBP One app to get around it. They're flying people in from other countries so that they bypass the border and don't have to claim these people as apprehensions. And one other thing that they've done is they've taken advantage of a natural downfall in the numbers because we got into June, July, and August. That's when President Biden made this executive order. He knew he was going into the summer months and that the numbers would be naturally lower and they would take advantage of it politically. That should be the alarm for the American people. These folks only care about politics. Trust me, if you vote them back in, they will not only institute the same crappy policies that have gotten us to here, they will do even worse. And David, real quick, I know you posted it today, that even the Democrats recognize of the last 16 years, 12 of them have been under Democrat power, Democrat authority, Democrat policy. So if you don't like where America is at, you can blame the Democrats. The only 4 years we had that was a reprieve from it was under President Trump.
And in the final 15 seconds, explain why the summer months. I assume it's because the heat, probably just it's a lot harder to get across. Is that accurate? Or what? Why do the summer months have a normal downturn?
Because it's hot as hell. And it ain't fun to cross through into hell.
Figured.
So we find dead people out there. The cartel are dead. It's hot as hell.
Wow. Mark Lamb, Sheriff Mark Lamb, thank you so much, brother. I really appreciate you.
David.
God bless. Stick around, friends. The silver lining is next.
We've got to cut the sales by about 9%. I think that'll be enough to get them to the table. And we're somewhere, I think, past 5. And the boycotts have a way of developing their own life.
The oldest son of 4 siblings, Cesario Estrada Chavez, was born in Yuma, Arizona on March 31st, 1927. After graduating 8th grade from Laguna Dam School, he dropped out of school to work in the fields. He joined the Navy in 1946, and following his discharge, he married his sweetheart, Helen Fabella, with whom he would have 8 children. Early in his adulthood, he was befriended by 2 social justice activists, Fred Ross and Father Donald McDonnell, who redirected him from field hand to union organizer. In 1962, Cesar Chavez joined with community activist Dolores Huerta to form the National Farm Workers Association. UFW had organized successful strikes against produce growers, resulting in higher wages and safer working conditions for their field workers. Chavez soon realized boycotts were more effective against supermarket chains rather than individual growers. In July of 1969, Chavez appeared on The Today Show and called for a nationwide boycott of grapes to protest the wages and working conditions of farm workers. That year-long boycott ended successfully for Chavez and catapulted him to national prominence. Chavez used his newfound prominence to enter the world of presidential politics by campaigning for Senator Robert Kennedy. In 1973, believing illegal immigrants were being used as strikebreakers, his union established the Wet Line along the southern Arizona border to stop them from entering the United States. Chavez also initiated a campaign to actively deport those already here. Until his death at age 66 on April 23, 1993, Cesar Chavez remained a popular speaker at colleges and universities throughout the country. March 31st, the birthday of Cesar Chavez, is a state holiday in California. You're watching An American Life on Newsmax TV.
Is your faith being weaponized? There's a dark force manipulating the Word of God. They're known by different names: Christian left, progressives, and woke Christianity. Don't be fooled. These fake Christians want to convert you. Woke Jesus has been written to expose this very real threat. You'll need this book to stop them before it's too late. Get your free copy today with our special offer. Call now or go online to order.
I heard you weren't too happy with this particular network, Fox, but I was watching. Yeah, I understand you exactly, but not exactly friendly. Greg Kelly over at Newsmax. The Newsmax people have been really, really terrific. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions are tired of Fox, and they're switching to Newsmax Plus. It's the fastest growing streaming service in America. You don't need woke Disney and Hulu anymore. Just get Newsmax Plus. Watch the best shows like Greg Kelly, Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, and Carl Higbee. And get incredible analysis from Dick Morris, Alan Dershowitz, Carrie Lake, Mike Huckabee, and more. It's free to start. So go to NewsmaxPlus.com now to sign up and watch Newsmax anytime, anywhere.
Welcome back, friends, to The Pulse. I am David Harris Jr., and we're at that time of the show that I call the silver lining. Because, friends, there's so much craziness taking place in the world that I don't want a show that's just going to cover the craziness and the chaos and talk about all the political ins and outs and who's doing this and that, when there are Americans all over this country that feel helpless, feel hopeless, that don't know which way to think or which way to turn. And the last thing I want to do is leave you after my show with that same feeling of uneasiness or heaviness, especially after having to report with the mothers, the family, Jocelyn's mother. And I know I shared on my Instagram and Facebook earlier another mother, the mother of Rachel Moore. And when we hear this stuff, it can really steal your peace. And friends, that's why I just got to tell you what I have to do. I have to do it every single day. I have to get in God's presence. I have to remember that God is good, that He loves me, that His Word has a promise in there, that He plans to give me a hope and a future. Friends, if you're not doing that, I don't know how you make it. I really don't. You can run on fumes for a while, but at some point you got to come fill yourself back up with the peace that only comes from knowing that the Creator of the heaven and earth, the Creator, your Creator, loves you, has a plan for you. And His Bible even says in Romans 8:28 that He'll cause all things to work together for your good. Now that's a promise for those that are His kids, for those that say, I love you, and that trust Him. If you're not, well, again, I don't know how you're hanging on, but you can invite Him into your heart any day. Just acknowledge that Jesus is real, that He rose from the dead, that He died for you, and invite Him into your heart. And then ask Holy Spirit to make Him real to you. Friends, that's my silver lining for you today. And that's all the time we have for tonight. Thank you so much for watching The Pulse on Newsmax is N2 and making us the #1 show still on N2. Tune in tomorrow night, brand new episode 8 p.m. and hopefully every weeknight for the rest of your natural life. Stick around for more live coverage of the DNC, and I'll be back in the next hour as well. Good night, America. God bless you.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Just across the Potomac from the majestic monuments of Washington, D.C., over 600 acres of rolling green hills and ancient trees provide a final resting place to veterans who served in every war in U.S. history. Arlington National Cemetery was established during the Civil War on the grounds of Arlington House, which had been the estate of Confederate General Robert E. Lee's wife, Mary Anna Custis Lee, great-granddaughter of Martha Washington. The slaves around the property were freed, and today nearly 4,000 of these former slaves and their descendants are buried here. Today, active duty armed forces members or retired veterans can be buried here. The tombstones read like a who's who of American history. President William Taft, President John F. Kennedy, his wife Jackie Kennedy Onassis, and brothers Robert and Edward Kennedy. Astronaut John Glenn, Supreme Court Justice Thurgood Marshall, even musician Glenn Miller and actor Lee Marvin. Since 1868, presidents lay wreaths on Memorial Day at Arlington to honor those who made the ultimate sacrifice for country. And the Army's 3rd Infantry Regiment placed hundreds of thousands of flags in front of our fallen heroes.
Honoring the people who came before me, getting to go by every tombstone. I like to read each name and salute them myself.
Recently, a new tradition occurs at Christmas time as volunteers from across the country warm these graves with holiday wreaths. It is here, at the tomb of the unknown soldier, Army soldiers stand guard over the remains of 5,000 unidentified service members from every war since World War I. The soldiers perform their duties through hurricanes, snowstorms, and darkness of night, continuously watching around the clock. I'm Lucy Celia, and this is An American Place on Newsmax TV.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, you may qualify for a special enrollment period, and you might have questions about Medicare Advantage plans. Like, how is the Medicare Advantage plan different from original Medicare? The Medicare Advantage plan often offers additional benefits that original Medicare does not cover. What plan benefits are available? Plan and plan benefits vary by where you live. Our partners offer plans from Humana, Aetna, Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield, United Healthcare, Kaiser Permanente, Cigna Healthcare, WellCare, so you can compare your options, coverage, and pricing across multiple carriers. How do I check my eligibility? If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing your coverage, it's easy. Make the free call to the number on your screen. Give them your zip code. Choose the plan with the benefits that meets your needs and budget. The call and consultation are free, and there is no obligation.
I just became eligible for Medicare, so I called to find a plan that fits my budget.
Call 800-416-716.
Vote for America 2024. The Democratic National Convention.
Good evening, Patriots. Welcome to our live coverage of Night 4 of the Democratic National Convention. I'm feeling joyful. How about you? Joyful because former President Donald Trump's planning a big rally in Arizona tomorrow where he just announced there'll be a special guest amid speculation it could be Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who might endorse him and bring in more independence to the former president, who was back at the southern border. We'll talk about that in a second. See these live pictures right now. The streets of Chicago, split-screen convention on the top left there with all these anti-Israel, anti-American protesters. We'll get to John Huddy in a moment. The convention floor right there, all waiting for Kamala Harris to officially accept the nomination tonight. As I mentioned, the former president's been counter-programming, focusing on issues that matter in this campaign, like the horrifying crime related to the illegal immigration that we've seen under border czar Kamala Harris. The betting markets have moved toward Mr. Trump over the course of this convention, meaning there's a sense he may have the edge again in this campaign, and raising questions about whether there'll be any bounce in the polls for Harris at all coming out of Chicago. Today, one of Harris's advisors claimed on TV the Veep should get credit for a recent drop in border crossings, seemingly admitting she is the border czar, at least when it fits their narrative. We just got excerpts, by the way, a few moments ago of Kamala's big acceptance speech later tonight. Nothing in the preview, at least in the preview, about the border crisis, but she will say this. Try not to chuckle. Quote, "I will be a president who unites us around our highest aspirations, a president who leads and listens, realistic, practical, common sense, fighting for the American people," she says, from the courthouse to the White House. Funny, we've heard hardly anything realistic or practical for 3 long nights, largely just negative attacks, insults directed at the former president. So much for joy, which they say is supposed to be the focus. We'll be monitoring Truth Social, where the former president is planning to do some color commentary. He's already slashed Senator Elizabeth Warren, who was literally crying earlier. She got a big ovation. He declared, quote, Pocahontas is only 1,024th Native American. So you can imagine he's going to be fired up tonight. That surprise guest from Mr. Trump, maybe going to happen. We're told there could be a surprise guest or two at the Democrat convention where you see them dancing right now. Don Lemon, remember him? He was pushing a rumor earlier that the guest would be former President George W. Bush, quickly shot down by the former president's office. Another rumor was it'd be Republican Mitt Romney. He took to X to say, nope, not him. Romney added his guess is the mystery guest will be Beyonce or Taylor Swift, or maybe both. He said he knows it's disappointing. It could be them and not him. Yes, Mitten has jokes. Mittens. AOC, meanwhile, today was pushing for a last-minute addition to the program to try and get a Palestinian American to the podium to reach out to the Muslim Women for Harris Walls, who have declared they're going to disband that organization out of anger for not getting on the stage. So a lot to unpack. David Harris Jr., Rick Leventhal, and Trish Regan among all of the stars we have standing by for live reaction. But first, the anti-Israel contingent may not be getting to the podium tonight, but they are still outside the arena at this split-screen convention. It looks like the Chicks are getting ready there inside. They used to be called the Dixie Chicks, inside the arena to sing the national anthem. On the streets of Chicago, though, we find our senior correspondent, John Huddy, who's been monitoring these protests all week long. John, good evening.
Yeah. It's by some.
All right. We're going to get back to John. We've been trying to get to him. You understand that communications can be difficult sometimes. A pretty big crowd there. Why don't we dip in on the national anthem real quick, and then we'll bring in our guests.
Streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Land of the free and the home of the brave.
All right. Love to hear the national anthem. It looks like the running mate, Tim Walz, with his son, who got a lot of attention last night. Nice family moment for them. Let's bring in now 2 stars here at N2, host of The Pulse, David Harris Jr., and host of the Leventhal Report, Rick Leventhal. Gentlemen, first of all, welcome. Big night.
Thanks, Absolutely. Ed. It's a huge night. Thanks for having us on, Ed.
Dave, let's start. David, let's start with Don Lemon. He started this rumor that George W. Bush was going to be the surprise guest. The former president's office says that's news to us. Don Lemon still pushing fake news. Imagine that, even now on X. But what's your guess, David? Before we get into substance, who's going to be the mystery guest tonight? Who are you looking forward to seeing, my friend?
I have no idea, Ed. I wouldn't surprise me if it was George Bush. You know, again, they're two political, I think, sides of the same coin. That's exactly what President Donald Trump threatens to disrupt, is instead of having one party that just kind of has the gas on lightly and the other party that has the gas full throttle to globalism and socialism, President Trump comes in with a wrecking ball to say, no, not on my watch. We're not going to turn America into the United Socialist States as they want to and sell our country out and all of our taxpayers, our people out to globalists. So I have no idea who the guest could be, but I got to tell you, it's actually pretty amazing that the DNC, you heard the crowd cheering for the national anthem, although I think they were probably cheering for the Dixie Chicks. They're not too prone to have anything very patriotic at their events, but it was still nice to hear.
Yeah, that's why we wanted to dip in, because we love the national anthem, obviously, regardless of who's actually singing it. Rick, it's interesting. Kamala Harris's big night, big picture here, hasn't given us a lot of specifics, has given the Heisman to the media, hasn't done any interviews, has been very carefully, rolled out the honeymoon pushed by the mainstream media. It'll be interesting to see if she gives us any specifics on policies at all, because the excerpts so far are just a lot of platitudes.
Yeah, and I wouldn't expect to hear anything significant tonight, Ed, because she's not ready and she's not willing to share her vision for the future. And I think she's trying to hide from some of the decisions and policies she's made and some of the policies that she's been a part of in the past. I mean, her record is her worst enemy, and so is her mouth. And when she opens her mouth and people ask her real questions, nonsense comes out half the time, and she's just not capable. You know, one of our reporters did an interview with Donald Trump yesterday down in North Carolina, and it struck me that Donald Trump is not afraid to speak his mind, and he's not afraid of any interviewer, and he'll answer any question. And some people might not like the answers, but at least he's there. At least he's transparent, open, and available. And Kamala Harris should be ashamed of herself for not putting herself out there, not being willing to answer questions, and the fact that much of the media is continuing to protect her and allow her to get away with it is really disturbing to me.
It certainly is. By the way, just to see, it looks like they're doing some kind of a selfie challenge or something in the crowd there. And I mentioned who's at the podium because this is one of Kamala Harris's grandnieces who was just shown up there. And we may go to the podium in a moment because on the schedule coming up is some of the stepchildren and whatnot. Kerry Washington is up there. But Ella Emhoff is coming up, guys. And I'm sure you know a lot about her. Stepdaughter of Kamala Harris, who's been raising money for some pro-Hamas protesters and whatnot, and it's gotten a lot of attention in the media. So it'd be interesting to see, and I'm going to try to peek to see who's actually walking up to the podium there to see. She's coming up pretty soon in the schedule, so just not yet. So that's Kerry Washington. So we'll see Ella Emhoff in a minute. David, I want to get to policy and seriousness and former President Trump, because you and Rick were both talking about the record of Kamala Harris, which is getting scrutiny, and rightly so. Donald Trump back at the southern border today. In the excerpts released by the Harris campaign, we'll see if she mentions it in her speech, but nothing in the excerpts, the little preview about the border crisis. But Donald Trump was there with some of these angel moms who have lost their children. David, you talk about this on the Pulse all the time. It's heartbreaking to watch. And Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have done virtually nothing to secure this border.
No, they haven't. You know, and I actually had a Democrat analyst on my show tonight, Jason Nichols, who tried to peddle the same lie that a lot of the mainstream media peddles, that Kamala was never appointed the border czar by Joe Biden. And it took just one quick fact check for me to look on Google and find that MSN, of all places, Microsoft, MSN.com has a fact check against Time Magazine, against Politico, against USA Today, and against another major mainstream media outlet. And they're saying, yes, unequivocally, that Kamala Harris was appointed the second border czar after, underneath Joe Biden. The first border czar stepped down 100 days after Joe Biden took office. And in March of 21, Kamala Harris was appointed the border czar, and she welcomed it. She thanked him for it. She said, I welcome this invitation to take care of the border, and I'm going to also look at the root causes of what's going on at the border. And then she threw in one of her ridiculous platitudes, we can walk and chew gum at the same time. So for Democrats to continue to push this narrative that she was never the border czar is a blatant lie. Just as I've heard that Kamala's going to speak tonight, trying to label Project 2025 as President Trump's. He said he has nothing to do with it. They don't care. All they're going to do is lie, try to rile up Americans to just be so angry about President Trump and angry and hate him that they don't care that she's not pushing forth any policies, and they don't care about any of the individuals' families, American families, that have been absolutely destroyed at the hands of illegal aliens with their women and their children, their sisters, or their mothers being raped and murdered. Kamala has no answer for that.
Rick, another word, joy, pardon me, is one of the themes. Freedom we keep hearing about as well. Let's listen in, though. I apologize. Ella Emhoff is there on the right. Let's see what she has to say.
Women. My mom, my grandma, and my auntie, who showed me the meaning of service, helping her sister, a 17-year-old single mom, fighting for justice for the American people, and still cooking Sunday family dinner. She guided me, now she's guiding my own children, and I know she'll guide our country forward.
Kamala came into my life when I was 14, famously a very easy time for a teenager. Like a lot of young people, I didn't always understand what I was feeling, but no matter what, Kamala was there for me. She was patient, caring, and always took me seriously. She's never stopped listening to me, and she's not going to stop listening to all of us.
Kamala Harris is my godmother. To me, her advice means everything. Whether it's pursuing my passions, making an impact, or finding hope when the world doesn't feel so hopeful. She taught me that making a difference means giving your whole heart and taking action.
She's fighting for economic opportunity.
All right, so you can see this has been going on each night. I get it. Family members should be off limits, and we don't want to attack them unless they talk about specific policies and are far off. And on the issues, I'm more than happy to challenge them. That's why I mentioned Ella Emhoff raising money on the Palestinian side that's raised some eyebrows. But in terms of humanizing, that's great. But Rick, last night, Tim Walz, he goes out there and wants to talk about, I'm a coach and I'm a dad and I'm this and I served in the military. And he skips over the lies about the military record, doesn't clarify anything, skips over, talks about family and fertility. And again, I think that should be, that's great. It's wonderful that he and his wife found other ways to start their family. But he and his wife, Rick, as you know, lied about the specific treatment because, in the words of Megyn Kelly, he wanted to say it was IVF when it wasn't, in order to attack J.D. Vance and falsely claim J.D. Vance is against IVF. So it was all political for Tim Walz. And so they continue at this convention to try to humanize everyone, and it's one big happy family, and they're skipping over the lies.
Yeah. Well, they are. And they're also spinning things, and they're fabricating things like blaming Donald Trump for the border crisis. I mean, I know David spent some time talking about it, but he's absolutely right that this is Kamala Harris's fault and her boss, Joe Biden. They're the ones who let millions and millions and millions of illegals into this country over the last 3.5 years. And they have this talking point now where they keep going back and saying, Donald Trump killed the most, the most powerful border bill ever. First of all, Donald Trump was not president at the time. He wasn't in Congress. He wasn't a senator. He may have made phone calls, but this bill would not have fixed the border. And after that bill was voted down, Joe Biden signed an executive order allowing 2,500 more illegals in every single day. So he just kept the doors open and kept the flow coming. And the fact that Harris and Biden haven't really addressed all of the victims of crime committed by migrants, that they haven't, as far as I know, try to console the family members of those victims, that's bad. And
great point.
That's why Harris, I don't think, is talking about it. And someone else, Mark Morgan, was a guest on my show yesterday, pointed out in that campaign ad that Harris put out about the border and how she's going to be tough on the border, they had pictures of the wall in there. The wall that they don't want to build, the wall they didn't want to finish. But she's using the wall in a campaign ad to try and say that she's going to be tough on the border when she's been the absolute opposite of tough.
David, real quick, one more for this round, pardon me, and then we'll bring you guys back in a little bit. But on that immigration bill that Rick was just talking about, the Langford bill, senator from Oklahoma, he keeps getting hit, Donald Trump, from the podium where Democrats are lying, as Rick said, and saying he killed the bill. Pardon me, Mr. Trump was on Fox and Friends this morning and was asked about that. And he said, look, it doesn't matter even if I killed it or didn't kill it. He said, when I was president, I secured the border through executive action, David. I didn't need a bill, Langford or anything else. And David, I hadn't thought of it that way, and I thought it was a fair point. Who cares about what Congress hasn't done anything in years? Donald Trump secured the border without Congress. So why couldn't they do it now?
Yeah, that's exactly what I said to my guest, that Democrat analyst on my show. When President Trump was in office, through executive order, he secured the border. The Remain in Mexico policy. He ended the whole catch and release. He's like, you're not going to get into our country and then just get released with a pink slip. We know that that's now led to the waiting line of being 6 to 7 years before most of these illegal aliens that have come across the border in the last year and a year and a half are even going to have a chance to go to court. And by then, who knows what they could do. So, yeah, the entire charade of trying to still place blame on President Trump for the border and not place blame where it belongs, directly and squarely on Kamala Harris, is just how they fabricate lies. It's the same reason and the same methodology that Tim Walz uses to dance around his stolen valor accusations, which are actually 100% accurate. He said he carried a weapon at a time of war. He actually abandoned his platoon before they left. Several in his platoon lost their lives. It was his platoon. He was the platoon leader. Very disgraceful. And then he wants to say that they used IVF so he can, again, that's how this party operates. They operate just like the snake in the garden. Ed, they operate like the snake in the garden, and this is a 100% battle between good and evil, and I hope good, well-meaning believers out there that believe in God and the Bible are seeing that, because this is the enemy at the door trying to take over this nation through Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, gentlemen, stand by. We're going to get back to you. I want to work in some other guests, so we'll continue to monitor what's going on at the podium. Rick and Dave will get back to you shortly. Let's now welcome in live the host of the Trish Regan Show. She's also co-founder of 76 Research. Trish, first of all, welcome to N2.
Hey, it is great to see you. Absolutely wonderful to see you, Ed.
Good to see you as always. A lot to unpack, and I certainly want your big picture points about what you've seen on the first 3 nights. But what you're particularly brilliant about is the economy, and you've covered it for so long. And I wonder what you think about Kamala Harris's approach in terms of what we've learned so far.
I think it's incredibly dangerous. I think that she is so far left that we run the risk of having some things happen should she be in charge that we can't entirely undo. She's talked about $25,000 that she's going to give out for handouts to anybody who's a brand new home buyer for the first time. Special sweeteners if you happen to be a first generation, which I think is designed to court a lot of the population that is just arriving in America for the first time. Let me just tell you, Ed, like, you don't need to be a rocket scientist to figure out, guess what? When you flood the money with lots of capital and lots of dollars and you offer freebies like $25,000 for your home, or, hey, a free education, guess what? You drive inflation higher and higher. So she can basically guarantee everybody's going to pay at least $25,000 more for their first home. On top of that, she's talked about these price controls. Oh, my goodness. Look, it's been tried. Hey, guess what? It was tried in 1971 by none other than Richard Nixon. We're talking Nixonian economics for a moment here. Guess what? It didn't work so well for him. Dick Cheney was in charge of it along with Don Rumsfeld. It didn't work, okay? Prices went up. They tried it with FDR. They've tried it in Venezuela. They've tried it in the USSR. It is a bad bad idea. You just need to read an Econ 101 textbook to figure that one out. But you know what? It's politically expedient. It sounds really good. She's saying she's going to be the one to fight for the people. Well, she's had 3.5 years, thank you very much, to fight for the people. And what has she done for America other than to create more and more inflation, more lawlessness in terms of the border, and an unsteady environment worldwide, given what we're seeing vis-a-vis China, vis-a-vis Russia, Ukraine, et cetera? I don't know why anybody would give her another 4 years. I think those are years that you're not going to get back.
Yeah. And Donald Trump has said that you're not going to have a country anymore if you go through 4 more years of these kinds of policies. Let's talk taxes. We already know that she wants to raise the corporate tax rate from 21% to 28%. It was left and cut down to 21% by Donald Trump, who said today he really, in a second term, wants to get it down to 15 or 16%, which I assume would create a lot of economic activity. Kamala Harris has also said she supports Joe Biden on the largest ever capital gains tax rate of roughly 45%, as you know. And then there's the issue of the Trump tax cut from when he was in office that's currently under law, as you know, but expires at the end of 2025. Kamala Harris says if she's elected, she's going to kill those tax cuts, meaning your taxes are going up. Obviously, Donald Trump says he wants to extend them. Explain the stakes for our viewers.
They're massive, okay? They're absolutely massive. I mean, things are tough enough right now with inflation. Imagine if you had less of your paycheck to deal with the inflation. You see, Kamala is all about bringing more money to the state, to the federal government, because she believes she's a better allocator of resources. She believes she knows what to do with your hard-earned money and your dollars better than you do yourself. Look at her dad, who was a post-Keynesian economist at Stanford. He believes this. Perhaps this is what she was taught. This is what clearly, I mean, if I take her at her word and I look at everything she's saying and all her disciples up there are saying, this is what she believes in. And so I find this really disconcerting, quite terrifying. Look at what happened under the Trump economy, all right? By the way, he had me at taxes. I got to say, like, I read everybody because I'm nerdy enough that I read tax policies in my spare time. So I remember reading his back in 2015, 2016 and thinking, this is smart. This is smart. He's talking about reducing taxes for corporations, for individuals. This is tax policy that actually could make a difference. And sure enough, it did, Ed. And what did you see for median incomes in America? They rose the most, adjusted for inflation, since, I don't know, the JFK era. Like, you got to go back some 50 years to see anything like it. And you had this onshoring of capital. I remember, and I wrote about this, I remember years ago in USA Today, about these shotgun marriages that were happening between American tech companies and, say, some little tiny Irish company over in Ireland.
That's right.
Because guess what? They had a 12% tax rate in Ireland. They were smart, and people were trying to find workarounds. And so they'd suddenly headquartered themselves in this shotgun marriage or merger that was designed to lower their tax rate. Trump came in and he said, forget that. Hey, guess what? I'll give you a holiday. You want to come back and onshore that money and make it work here in America? You're going to get a break for that. Brilliant. I mean, the tax policy was spot on. And we will run the risk of having a pretty bad scenario for the next 4 years should she become elected and see her policies through. But just look at the last 3.5 years. The proof is already there, right? You want more of that and potentially much worse.
Well, you were ahead of the curve with the USA Today piece some years ago, because Donald Trump this very morning was talking about companies moving back to Ireland or Germany, headquartering somewhere else in Europe if Kamala Harris is elected, for the very reason you cited. Check out Trish on the Trish Regan Show. Also, again, co-founder of 76 Research. Trish, always great to have you. Thanks for coming in.
A pleasure. Good to see you, Ed.
Good to see you. Let's bring in now Newsmax hosts John Bachman and Bianca de la Garza. They're live at Newsmax Base Camp inside the area there around the United Center. And it's always great to see both of you. I want to obviously get to big substantive policy issues. But a little birdie is telling me that John Bachman has done some reporting about Travis Kelce, boyfriend of Taylor Swift. What's going on?
No reporting here. We're just talking about the ridiculous number of tweets and rumors going around. George W. Bush was supposed to show up here. Mitt Romney was going to show up here and badmouth Republicans. Taylor Swift might be coming. Beyonce. Everybody's talking about that, Ed. No one's really talking about Kamala Harris. And whoever this person, it might need to be someone like John Lennon coming back from the dead.
But there was a party last night called Hotties for Harris, and his photo was on the wall. Remember that thing I showed you? Kelsey.
Oh, Travis Kelsey.
Yeah, they had like a picture, and it was like.
I thought John's photo was on the wall. Oh.
No, I didn't make the cut, but Beto O'Rourke did make the cut, and some other people did too.
Yeah.
All right, I won't mention any names other than Beto.
The influencer
questionable selections.
All right, we always love the party circuit,
beholder.
but we also want to talk substance. So, Bianca, what are you expecting to hear from the vice president tonight? I mean, if you look at the excerpts, it's like divorced from reality. I'm going to be practical. I'm going to be a uniter. The first 3 nights, you guys have a front row seat, Bianca. It's been slash and burn. It hasn't been joy, at least from where I'm sitting.
No, it hasn't. And, you know, we want to talk policy too, but I don't think they're going to deliver it at all. You continue to look at this and it's surface stuff. And, you know, I found it interesting too that Bill Clinton could call her Kamala.
Yes.
But no one else can mispronounce her name. So tonight, everyone's behaving just right. Yeah, look at some of these excerpts. I mean, she's going to talk about her upbringing. She's going to talk about high school. She let someone in that was being abused. That's why she became a prosecutor. They're really trying to humanize her and also rebrand, reinvent all of it, because let's just face it, what she's done in San Francisco and to how she actually got her start with, you know, first dating Willie Brown and getting into that social circle with Montel Williams. None of that's really something you want to do aspiring, especially for women. There's a lot of women here, a lot of them wearing white, the suffragette, if we want to talk policy too. She talks about the nation, that it has a precious, fleeting opportunity to move past the bitterness. But to your point, tonight they're going to talk a lot about gun violence. They're going to talk a lot about things that are the most divisive topics in our nation. So it's really not an olive branch to like, hey, look forward. It's like, hey, let's beat this guy that we don't like and don't worry about our policies after. We're just going to do our thing here tonight. Thank you very much. And yeah, if we have Beyonce come in, you're going to get a great show tonight. So please.
Yeah. Well, Ed, going back to what you were saying about joy here, what the joy they're talking about is they get joy out of hating on Donald Trump. And it was clear. Bianca and I had a quick second to walk down on the floor last night, and it was when former Georgia Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan was speaking. And every time he said something negative about the Republican Party or Donald Trump, the crowd just lit up with applause. That is what they're here for, to feed off of that and then also feed off all these celebrities as well.
That's a good point.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Bianca, John, we've enjoyed your reports all week long. Hope to get you back in a little bit. We're going to try to work in some speakers and some other reporters and analysts, but enjoy the show tonight. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, bet, Ed. Thank you.
All right, you can see on the floor, Bianca just teed it up that they'll be talking about gun control. Gabby Giffords, the former congresswoman who was tragically shot but survived a really brutal situation there in the Tucson, Arizona area almost about a decade or so ago, is the wife of Senator Mark Kelly, who was on the short list to be a potential running mate of Kamala Harris. Gabby Giffords should be talking in a short while, so we'll certainly dip in there when we get to it. In the meantime, let's bring in our friend David Harris Jr., who you saw earlier, to talk a little bit about former President Trump. And David, it's interesting because, you know, each party tries to counter program a little bit. I remember that Joe Biden was the nominee at the beginning of the Republican convention and was planning to counter program and go to Austin, Texas, and some other places during the Milwaukee convention, but then called that off because of the awful assassination attempt on Mr. Trump, which was in good taste, certainly, to hold off on campaigning. But this week, former President Trump's been out there banging these issues. And I have to say, when you look at the betting market starting to go his way, and I teed up at the top that he'll be in Arizona again tomorrow, this time at Turning Point USA, with what he says will be a surprise guest that is not too surprising because most people assume it might be Robert F. Kennedy Jr. How do you assess how the week has gone for former President Trump?
You know, I'm so glad that you brought back up the fact that former President Trump, a current frontrunner for the Republican Party, had an assassination attempt on his life just a little over a month ago, month and a half. How short of a attention cycle did that have in legacy media? they all stopped talking about it. They don't want the American people to think about it. They don't want the American people to hear about it. While Kamala has still been hiding in her basement of, wherever she's at. She doesn't want to talk to media. She doesn't want to talk to reporters. President Trump is out there championing for the American people after getting shot in the face. Just touch your ear and think about how close that is to your face. This man almost lost his life, and yet he's still out there talking to the American people, showing up. And then even, he was standing behind bulletproof glass in one of his last events, and somebody fainted, and he left the comfort, seemingly security of that bulletproof glass to go make sure that that individual that fainted was safe, was okay. That's a man of the people. He's running full steam ahead. He knows what's at stake. And the future of this country is truly at stake. If Kamala was to get into the Oval Office, she would continue to push all of the exact same and worse, as she's come out and shared, price gouging policies. That would be worse for the economy, worse for inflation, giving more money to illegals. It would be California all over this nation is what she would try to do at a federal level. California is the case scenario state for the country if Kamala was to get in. But Trump, he's just not slowing down, and that shows and should show all Americans he's a man of the people, by the people, and for us, the American people.
Yeah, absolutely. Brandon Straka is with us as well, a founder of the Walk Away campaign. Brandon, welcome into the conversation as well. Always good to talk to you. You're somebody who walked away from the Democrats. What's your sense about where independent voters are? There's various polling out there, Brandon, suggesting that they've got their eye on Donald Trump right now.
Well, and I think that they should. The interesting thing is that, people had a chance to see what life was like under 4 years of Donald Trump, and then they had a chance to see what life was like under 4 years of Biden-Harris. Understandably, 2020 was a really difficult year for everybody as we went through COVID, the shutdowns, the BLM riots, everything else, and I think that some people thought that maybe it was a good idea to try something different, try something new. Well, okay, we've done that. We've tried something new. And what we've ended up with is inflation through the roof. We've ended up with groceries that nobody can afford, gas prices that nobody can afford, an economy that is unpredictable and crazy, not to mention the fact that we've really become a complete and total joke on the world stage. People are not taking Joe Biden seriously. They're certainly not going to take Kamala Harris seriously. And not to mention the border.
Brandon, pardon me one sec, Brandon. We've got Gabby Giffords up at the podium with Senator Mark Kelly. Let's just dip in on that. We'll let you complete your thought in a minute. Listen in.
Sure.
Exploring the beautiful desert, I fell for an astronaut. For 5 years, I served in Congress from a swing district. Everybody called me a rising star. Then on January 8th, 2011, a man tried to assassinate me. He shot 19 people. He killed 6. Terrible, terrible day. I almost died, but I fought for my life and I survived. I learned to walk again, one step at a time. I learned to talk again, one word at a time. So many people helped me as I worked hard to recover, including a decent man for Delaware who always checked in. He still does. Thank you, Joe Biden. Thank you for everything. Joe is a great president. My friend Kamala will be a great president. She is tough. She has grit. Kamala can beat the gun lobby. She can fight gun trafficking. Kamala stood up to Wall Street and the drug company. She will protect abortion access.
Yeah, now. All right, so certainly everyone couldn't applaud Gabby Giffords, who showed great courage coming back. A lot of people, there were initial news reports when she was shot in, I think, a supermarket parking lot there out in Arizona. There were initial reports suggesting she had died, and she obviously fought back and survived, and that's a great story. But Brandon, back to you, because immediately What the Democrats want to talk about, though, is gun control in the wake of that tragedy. What she talked about there was abortion, and not talk about inflation, gas prices, food prices that you were just talking about, Brandon.
Exactly right. It seems like the only issues that the Democrats have to campaign on right now are fear-mongering to their base about the possibility that they might lose their right to abort a baby as it's up until the point of it being born, or the fact that they're constantly signaling to minorities in this country that their rights are in danger, and they're fear-mongering to that base as well. And as I was saying before, so, I mean, now people have had this opportunity to see what life is like under both administrations. Under Trump, people were thriving, people were doing well, people had consumer confidence, people were buying homes, people were getting jobs, inflation was low, people felt great about the trajectory that our country was on. Now under Joe Biden, people are trepidatious, they're nervous. The employment game is a complete mess. Joe Biden and his administration are playing games with the numbers on unemployment. And the border is a serious issue for a lot of people. And I think that probably more than anything is making people realize they cannot continue to support the Democrats. This is a party that, they told us that the grown-ups were back in charge. Well, the grown-ups have been in charge, and life is markedly worse for most people here 4 years later.
Absolutely. Brandon Straka, we know you have to go. We appreciate your insights. David will stay with us, and I want to get his reaction in just a moment, because we'll go back to the stage. I think Pink is performing, and I know that David is going to want to comment on that. Let's listen.
We are rockets pointed up at the stars. We are billions of beautiful hearts. You sold us down the river too far. What about us? What about all the times you said you had the answer? What about us? What about all the broken happy ever afters? Oh, what about us? What about all the plans that ended in disaster? What about love? What about trust? What about us?
Yeah, David, Pink, as you know, is one of those far, far left celebrities. They love to get him out there. That's what brings the crowds in, like when Megan Thee Stallion kicked things off for Kamala Harris in Atlanta a few weeks ago. And I saw a flash on the screen before she started singing one of their videos, teeing it up, and it said freedom, which is one of the words that they're pushing in addition to joy. And I think about the Second Amendment, because we were just talking about gun control, which is one of their big issues to tout. If you want to make your convention about freedom, how can you be for gun control when this country was birthed with the notion of the right to bear arms?
Yeah, that's definitely top of the list when it comes to freedom. The Second Amendment is there to protect the First Amendment, which is our freedom of speech. And it's pretty interesting to me that they selected and allowed somebody like Pink, this performer, that went on a very angry tirade against any of her own fans that thought differently than she did. She said any of her fans that were against Roe v. Wade being overturned and didn't basically champion the ability to murder babies in the womb up until the point of birth, like Democrats want to and are doing in pretty much every blue state, she didn't want them to buy her records or her CDs or listen to her music. And when she's just there singing, "What About Us," Ed, the thing that I kept thinking is, "What About Us" is the perfect song for all those unborn babies that never had a chance at life, that never had a chance to pursue happiness. What about them, Pink? Yet they don't care. They are the party of murdering innocent, helpless babies in the womb, and they champion that. And that should scare every single American for even thinking about supporting that party.
You're right. And think about the first word: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Liberty like freedom, but life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And on that thought, let's bring back our friend Rick Leventhal, who's been standing by as well. Rick, your thoughts, because, we've made a lot about how one of the themes is joy, and it hasn't been that joyful. One of the themes is freedom, but they don't want to talk about freedom of speech. They don't want to talk about the Second Amendment. Your thoughts?
Well, I think they're talking about what they want to talk about. They're trying to control the message, and that's why Kamala Harris isn't talking to the press, because they're controlling the message and only putting out there the things that they think will help them win in November. And those are the things that really don't add up to anything. Joy? Like, what do you mean joy? That's your platform, is joy. 3 letters. I mean, I'm beyond disappointed that we can't hear any specifics from either one of them, and they act like, oh, we've got all the answers, but they won't share them with anyone. And any voter who goes to the polls and casts a ballot in favor of Harris and Walz without them actually telling voters what they're going to do, they need to think twice about that, because you need to know that your president's ready and can handle anything and everything. And from what we've seen, Ed, it doesn't appear that she's ready for anything.
Yeah, well, on that point, David, Michelle Obama the other night, going back a couple of nights, said that Kamala Harris was among the most qualified people ever to run for president. That's what the former First Lady said.
Yeah, again, that's where the Democrats and the Democrat elite hope that their base or anybody else that's in the middle or recognizing themselves as an independent won't do their own research and is just gullible and will listen to a big name and just listen to her and say, oh, wow, she's the most brilliant and best qualified to ever run for president. That means I need to vote for her. Americans are smarter than that. Americans are not stupid. I'm really thankful that Barack and Michelle come out and show and expose their cards from their ivory tower. How many hundreds of millions of dollars are they worth? You know, they don't see and experience any of the hardships that everyday average Americans feel. They don't know any of that stuff. So they just want to get up and throw out their platitudes and throw out their joy and hope that the American people that, again, I hope are watching all over the country and seeing exactly what we're seeing is a bunch of nonsense, a bunch of empty rhetoric, empty promises with, as Rick said, no policy, no stances that anybody can actually vote on and or even criticize. There's nothing there. And that's pretty much sums up what the Democrat Party has to offer. Nothing.
Rick, quick thought, and then we're going to go to the floor there and listen to Senator Kelly, but go ahead.
Well, you know, the other thing I wanted to mention earlier about Tim Walz is that he is a master at misremembering. That guy has had so many opportunities to set the record straight, and instead he just keeps alluding to things that he didn't do but wants people to believe he did do. Like serving his country at war or going to Afghanistan, which he didn't. He abandoned his troops when they went to Iraq, as David pointed out. And there have been other things that he's brought up that weren't fully true or that he sort of glossed over. All of that. And it's just, is that the guy you want as vice president? A guy who knows how to make stuff up and fudge his own record?
Yeah, you're right. Well, Senator Mark Kelly was on that list, the short list, to be vice president. He lost out to Tim Walz. So let's dip in and see what he has to say.
Iran, North Korea, and especially China watch closely. What's Trump's answer? He invited Russia to do, and these are his words, not mine, whatever the hell they want. Vice President Harris has always championed America's support for NATO, for Ukraine, and for the Ukrainian people. On the Senate Intelligence Committee, she investigated Russian interference in our election. She defends free and fair elections everywhere. You already know how Trump feels about those. Donald Trump skipped his intelligence briefings. He was too busy sucking up to dictators and dreaming of becoming one himself. Trump thinks that Americans who have made the ultimate sacrifice are suckers and losers. If we fall for that again and make him the commander...
We just wanted to get a flavor and use it as a little bit of fodder. This is a guy who was on the short list. It sort of went right down to the wire with Tim Walz. And I'm actually sort of surprised because I hadn't seen him speak with how Trump said... I mean, don't you expect that the people who are supposed to be the rising stars in their party are going to bring it a little bit more than this, David? And he's just got these sort of empty, tired talking points about Trump and Putin, and he loves Russia. I mean, it's the same crap.
It is. It's all a bunch of exactly what you said. You know, you can polish a turd as many times as you want to. You can call it a chocolate chip as often as you want to. But as soon as you take a bite of it, you're going to know that that is nothing but a turd. And friend, that's exactly what we've got. That's Rick. Ed, that's all we've got. That's all they've got. They only got so many Barack and Michelles. They've only got so many Oprahs. They've only got so many John Legends. Some people that can actually put a few words together and make it sound pretty. But they're still polishing a turd. That's all they're doing.
Well, let's try to shift gears from that a little bit, Rick. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, because now I got that in my head. I'm trying to get rid of it. It's really, really difficult to get that
all they're doing.
out
You don't tell them the truth. Yeah. Well, let's talk substance then, because in all seriousness, you know, one of the points that I wanted to make coming into tonight was, and we talked a little bit about this, David, last night, which is that the word Israel has only come up a couple of times the first 3 nights when you look at the transcripts. The border and crime as well have barely come up. But North Korea, Iran, he just mentioned Russia. Rick, they have not spoken about national security, and we're in the middle of 2 hot wars. Russia, Ukraine, Israel, Hamas. Iran is now talking. I mean, we were on our morning call this morning, and there are some reports out that the reason, Rick, that Iran has not moved forward with an attack on Israel is that they're weighing whether or not they can launch a ground campaign inside the borders of Israel. Now, maybe it'll never happen, but if it does, sounds like we're in World War III. It's a dangerous world, largely because of the weakness of this administration, the Biden-Harris administration, Rick, and they haven't talked about these threats at all.
Yeah, and then you have Senator Kelly tearing down Donald Trump, who actually has experience in foreign policy, trying to denigrate his relationships with foreign leaders and some of the things that he said and done. You're going to tell me that Kamala Harris is more prepared to deal with Vladimir Putin than Donald Trump? Are you kidding me? I mean, what is her experience? When Lester Holt asked her about going to the border, she said, I haven't been to Europe either. What does that even mean?
Yeah.
And is it true that the vice president has never been to Europe, or at least hadn't been at that point? We need someone who is worldly, someone who understands how the world works. I don't know if you ever heard her 3rd grade explanation of Ukraine and Russia. She was like, Ukraine is a country and Russia is a much bigger country. It sounds like she's talking to 5-year-olds. And I think that's why she's not doing interviews, because she can't not sound like that. So she just smiles and waves and reads off a prompter. She's good at that, and that's what we're going to see tonight.
Well, David, she's right. I mean, Ukraine is a country. Russia's a bigger country. I mean, she's accurate. We can say that, right, David?
Yeah.
Do we need to go back to talking about polishing turds or what? Because, again, all you're doing is reinforcing exactly what my point was originally, which is there is no substance. And if you take a bite into it, it's not going to taste very good. It's not going to feel good going down. And yet that's exactly what they're all trying to do. Just try to get us to not think about all the facts that you and Rick are putting out there, that she doesn't have any substance when it comes to speaking about any of the issues that actually matter. And you're right, Ed. We're facing we're looking at 2 wars, potentially a 3rd war. We're looking at World War. And is Kamala Harris, however you want to pronounce her name, I say Klamaka sometimes because I forget. Is it really the person and tampon Tim Walz, the guy that put tampons in elementary school boys' locker rooms? Are these the people that you want to represent the United States of America on the world stage against North Korea, Iran, Russia, China? Is that really America, who your champion is going to be?
Yeah.
I hope not.
Great point.
I really hope not.
And Rick, feel free to jump.
If I
Go
could
ahead.
just, I want to add a little something more about the border, and I know that we talk a lot about the border on this show. I've been talking about a lot on my show, but it really matters, and it really matters. And the fact that they're letting all of these people in without properly vetting them, because they can't, because of the circumstances, but it doesn't seem to matter. And do you want a president and vice president who are in favor of letting criminals, hardened criminals and gang members and wanted killers into this country without knowing that's who they are? They're okay with letting everyone in, and we'll figure it out later. And they're catching and releasing, and they're not enforcing the law. This is dangerous, and it's getting more dangerous every day as they let more and more people in. And it's worth pounding the table about and reminding people every day that this is the America that they've created over the last 3.5 years, and it puts everyone at greater risk.
It certainly has. At the podium right now, in fact, Rick tees it up perfectly, is Leon Panetta. He was a member of the House eons ago. He was chief of staff under then President Clinton, then served as CIA director and defense secretary under Barack Obama. He's at the podium. Let's see what he's saying about the world.
Their democracy protects our democracy as well. Look, Donald Trump does not understand the world, and he does not understand the service and sacrifice of our military. Our fallen veterans are not suckers. They are not losers. They are our heroes. Kamala Harris will honor our veterans. And in Tim Walz, we will have a vice president who has served in uniform honorably for 24 years.
All right, so right there,
he's so
there you have it.
Until he quit on his men. He was so honorable until he quit.
Right. I mean, you said it, and you're spitting facts, and they're just not telling the truth from the podium on that point with Walz. And then I have to say, David, that when Leon Panetta says no one will be a better friend to the troops than Kamala Harris, she did that CNN interview saying she was, years ago, that she was the last one in the room with Joe Biden when he decided to pull out quickly from Afghanistan. 13 American service members killed, many Americans left behind. Donald Trump has called that the most embarrassing day in our history, waving the white flag, leaving billions in military equipment behind. How does that make Kamala Harris the friend of the American soldier, David?
Yeah, it doesn't, Ed. And they're hoping that the American people won't remember, will have forgotten all about it. You know, I remember when those 13 military personnel that gave their lives, unfortunately, because of the very reckless and quick withdrawal that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, as you pointed out, Kamala championed that she was the last person in the room when Joe made the order to withdraw from Afghanistan. And 13 of our brave heroes lost their lives. And when they were being unloaded off the airplane, Joe Biden is looking at his watch. That right there is something that every single American should remember. That was Kamala's boss. She was part of the decision to make the withdrawal. And there's still hundreds. I've had several military personnel and veterans on my show. There's still hundreds of Americans that are left in Afghanistan still to this day that are hiding from the Taliban. There's been so many thousands that have been slaughtered. And our allies, people that were working along with the United States of America to help bring peace to that region that have been slaughtered or are hiding currently from the Taliban. It was the most, one of the most absolutely horrendous things that this administration, this current administration, could have done to the military and to veterans. I had two veterans on my show last week or 2 weeks ago when it was actually the anniversary of that withdrawal, and they were both so heartbroken to see the Taliban championing the billions and billions in military equipment that you pointed out that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris left in Afghanistan. The Taliban's having a parade with our military equipment. There's instability in that entire region, and that 100% falls square on the shoulders of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
Go ahead, Rick.
Well, I've been to Afghanistan several times. I've spent many, many weeks there, months in total. And I know for a fact that the these service members who gave everything, some made the ultimate sacrifice, many lost limbs, were traumatized by the way we pulled out of there, because they basically just gave it all up and ran with the tail between the legs. Joe Biden demonstrated an absolute lack of understanding of how things work in Afghanistan and how a proper withdrawal could have been carried out. And it was a really awful day, not just for the families of those 13 who fell, but also for America, because it was a awful, ugly stain on that entire experience.
Yeah.
You know, it should not have ended that way, and you know, it hurts service members who sacrifice so much, and it hurts America's standing in the eyes of the rest of the world. And you know, like you said, Harris is part of the team, so that falls on her too. And the more that people point that out, the more that people remember that she has been part of this administration for almost 4 years and is also responsible for the current state of affairs in America. That's really important to reinforce with voters.
Absolutely. And by the way, we've been talking about a split-screen convention. That's Congressman Ruben Gallego, who's running for the U.S. Senate out in Arizona, screen left. On the right, these anti-Israel, anti-American protesters continue to grow outside the United Center. We're trying to establish contact with John Huddy. The crowd is bigger tonight outside for the conclusion of the convention. So communications, you know, there's cell phones flying, people posting images and all that. So we're trying to get John. It looks relatively peaceful, but I'm noticing, David, as Rick was talking, signs that say end U.S. aid to Israel. Earlier today, I didn't see one now, but earlier today, I saw in the crowds signs that said from the river to the sea, David, which is about wiping Israel off the map, a genocide. Let's call it what it is. And this is what's happening on the streets of Chicago, right outside the Democrat convention, David.
Yeah, and none of those people, I guarantee you, are Republicans or conservatives. Absolutely zero. This is the fringe part of the Democrat Party. These are Democrats. These are paid agitators. But they're making their point very clear, as you shared. From the river to the sea is a total annihilation of Israel. They don't want Israel to exist. They don't want Israel to be able to defend itself. And it's also very interesting to me as a man of faith that reads my Bible and appreciates who God is and acknowledges the God of the Bible, that in the last days, and I'd say we're in the last, I guess, maybe 100 years, 50, I don't know, but in the last days, the Bible talks about all the nations of the world will gather against Israel. It's pretty interesting that there's been such a rise of anti-Israel rhetoric that's been continuing to grow, and it's definitely growing more on the Democrat side of the aisle, but I'm even starting to hear it from some very prominent conservatives. It's very, very interesting to me. You know, no government is perfect. Our current administration is 100% proof of that. Does that mean that our entire United States of America and our history should be thrown in the toilet or wiped off the map? No. So I don't give any government a pass, because leaders and individuals can be you know, on the wrong side of things and wrong decisions. That's why we want new leadership in office right now. But unequivocally, Jesus, God, the God of the Bible, Jesus was Jewish. He is Jewish. He's still alive. Israel is God's chosen nation. And that doesn't mean that their leadership has always been perfect. But when you hear rhetoric of this stature that's growing and gaining against Israel, friends, that should tell all of you, get in your Bible, make sure you know what Jesus is saying, and make sure you're praying for the peace of Israel, because it's a spiritual battle that's also waging that Americans need to be aware of, and God is definitely on the side of Israel.
Yeah, jump in, Rick.
Well, it's just such an awful situation, and the fact that so many officials, college presidents, and members of Congress and the Senate didn't do more to step up and say this is not okay is really, really disappointing. You know, that they tried to minimize or ignore October 7th, when more than 1,200 innocent Israelis were slaughtered. And instead, they want to focus on Israel trying to get and kill the people who carried out that terror attack. And they're ignoring the fact that Hamas is using those Palestinian civilians as human shields. Hamas is the one that went into Israel and started this war. Hamas is the one that took 200 hostages back into Gaza and hid them and began raping and torturing and murdering them. And Hamas is the one that's putting its own citizens in harm's way by inviting the Israelis to attack and pushing the civilians to the front, so they're the ones who get killed in many instances. And they're using mosques, and they're using hospitals, and they're using schools to base their operations, Hamas is, because that's how they've always done it. I saw them do it in Iraq, and they're doing it in Gaza. And
they certainly are.
The fact that more people aren't standing up and speaking out in favor of Israel and you know, just slamming Hamas for what it's done and what it continues to do is beyond me. These people don't know what they're talking about. They don't even know what they're protesting. And it's not what they think it is.
Yeah, certainly, Rick. You're absolutely right. Gentlemen, appreciate all the insight. I'm going to head back to the stage and reset as we cross the 10 p.m. Eastern hour, edging closer to Vice President Kamala Harris getting up to the stage to officially accept the Democratic nomination for president. Here is Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, who has been talked about, at least, as presidential timber down the road. Let's listen in.
Get stuff done. At 29, I joined the sandwich generation. Sandwiched between working and raising my newborn and caring for my mom, who was dying from brain cancer. It was hard, but not extraordinary. It's life. Those nights reminded me who I was fighting for. People just trying to make it. Kamala Harris knows who she's fighting for, too. She took care of her mom, who also battled cancer. As president, she'll fight to lower the cost of health care and elder care for every family. She's lived a life like ours. She knows us. Donald Trump doesn't know you at all. You think he understands that when your car breaks down, you can't get to work? No. His first word was probably chauffeur. You think he's ever had to take items out of the cart before checking out? Hell, you think he's ever been to a grocery store? That's what the chauffeur is for. But Kamala Harris, she gets us. She sees us. She is us. Look, we've all lived through a lot of history over the past few years. Floods and fires, an attempted coup, a plot, and a pandemic. It's exhausting. We don't know what the next 4 years will bring. But what we do know is this. Through it all, your life won't stop. You're going to have to get to work, pick up the kids, and pay your bills. And then one day, when you're just trying to get everyone out the door, a news alert goes off. Something happened. Something hit the fan. You'll ask, is my family going to be okay? And then you'll ask, who the hell is in charge? What if it's him? What if it's that man from Mar-a-Lago? I know, in a crisis, we need someone strong enough to come up with a plan, to tell the truth, and to bring people together. Right now, before the crisis, is when we get to choose. Why wouldn't we choose the leader who's tough, tested, and a total badass? I know who I want as our commander-in-chief. America, let's choose Kamala Harris.
All right, Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, yet another prominent Democrat with a lot of platitudes, not really a lot of substance, as we've been reiterating for 4 nights now. Very interesting. Let's bring in our friend Hogan Gidley. He was kind enough to join us last night as well. A little bonus time with him right now, former principal deputy press secretary at the Trump White House and an advisor to previous Trump campaigns. Hogan, first of all, welcome back, sir.
Great to be with you. Appreciate it. I'm kind of fired up tonight. Ready for this whole thing to be over with.
Well, I want to hear what you're fired up about, because I thought you nailed it last night right after Tim Walz's speech when you said simply, that's it. Because I'll just reiterate what I said. I've covered a lot of these, both parties, and whether you agree or disagree with the policies, they put policies on the table. And whether it's Walz last night, Whitmer now, who's supposed to be one of the rising stars of the Democrat Party, all they are doing, a little bit of sound bites, attack Trump, a pithy line or two, attack Trump and wave goodnight and say joy. That's it.
Yeah, and joy and vibes and Venn diagrams and yellow school buses are not going to bring down the price for gas and groceries. I'll tell you something they're not saying, which I think is interesting. Kamala Harris has done this to make your life better. Yeah. Kamala Harris has done that to make your life better. They keep saying she's going to do those things. Why isn't she doing them right now? She's the sitting vice president of the United States. And we all know Joe Biden really hadn't been doing all that much. He's spent 40% of his time in the White House on vacation. We know he's in steep cognitive and physical decline. We've seen that too. So is she in charge of things or not? The answer is all the problems we face today are because of the policies from Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
And so she's in a weird spot to try and say, I know you're hurting out there, but I can fix it. But we're hurting because of you. You're the one who made all the mistakes or did the things on purpose, like with the southern border, for example. And now you're trying to tell us you have prescriptions to fix it, but you're going to wait 5 months? You're going to make us suffer for the next 5 months? I mean, the whole thing is so bad that I'm not exactly sure. I don't think she's going to get a bump, not because she's bad per se, but because the media has given her how much billions of dollars of unchallenged positive coverage. She can't get any more cover from the mainstream media.
She should be up 10 or 15 points right now with all this free coverage.
Yes. It's so
she's not.
It's like the line from Zoolander where Will Ferrell is looking at Ben Stiller's character and he keeps making the same face. And he's like, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Like, it's the same face.
Yeah.
Like, I'm watching this going, it's the same speech. It's just, I hate Donald Trump. I've got nothing for you. And after I saw Bill Clinton last night, and he was my governor. I'm from Arkansas. So Hillary Clinton was my first lady before she was yours.
Yeah.
All I could think of was this party's gone from I feel your pain to I've caused your pain. And I'm not going to do a damn thing about it except make it worse. I don't even know what to say.
Very interesting. I want to take what you're saying one step further, because there's a lot of speculation that if there's not a bounce out of this convention in the polls for Kamala Harris, pardon me, there's going to be pressure on Joe Biden to step aside for real and elevate her to president early. And they might even put pressure on him with the 25th Amendment or something. We don't want to get ahead of the facts. It's just talk right now. But to me, the flip side of that makes it unlikely to me is that then if she's president, the idea is if she's president, she's elevated, maybe, she has more status. But the flip side is the point you're making a moment ago, which is if she's the president, why are you not doing more with executive orders to bring down inflation, deal with the border? She can't hide behind, well, I'm number 2 behind Biden. If they elevate her, your point is even more valid. What the hell is she doing?
Right. And they're in a weird spot, too, because they say things like the economy's great, but then you're telling us everyone's hurting out there. You're saying, oh, actually, we have low numbers of people coming across the southern border, which isn't true, but they're saying it. Okay, then why wouldn't you embrace the borders are our title and say you fixed the southern border? I mean, they're so full of it. This is this whole thing. Look, conventions are well scripted. They're meant to kind of gin up the base and get them excited. Yeah. That's fine. But I think the more you see of Kamala Harris, the less you like of her. And there's a reason that the media is kind of putting her in bubble wrap and they're protecting her, is because it's not so much even the bias against Donald Trump or the hatred for him. They're invested in this now. That debate exposed how ridiculous they've been in covering for Joe Biden, carrying his water, lying about how healthy he was, all those things. Now they put up Kamala Harris, who just 3 weeks ago they were saying was a drag on the ticket. And they should really think about changing the ticket because everybody knows she's not good at this. Now they're trying to tell us she's the best vice president ever and she's going to be the best president. Like, this speech, I think, is going to be, here's my backstory. Here's some really big zingers on Donald Trump. He's horrible. He's horrible. And I'm going to give you, I'm so glad Oprah Winfrey was here because I'm just like her. You get a car and you get a paycheck to go to college and you get a free loan for whatever else you want to do. I mean, you know, you get free health care. Everything is going to be just like that. More giveaways from Democrats. And they're going to redefine the word freedom. I think they're going to try and do that too. And honestly, last thing I'll say, I'm kind of concerned for Kamala because the rock stars kind of already went. The Obamas had a big night. Bill Clinton had a big night. And I think they were smart to kind of spread this out a little bit, you know, away from her. Yeah. But, you know, she's got some pretty big shoes to fill, and that's tough to do because a lot of those folks really did, you know, they just love Obama.
You're right. And maybe that's why they had the Obamas Tuesday with some separation from Thursday. And Bill Clinton wasn't really with his fastball last night, as a lot of people noted. His hands were shaking. He admitted that at 78, this might be his last convention where he might not really have a speaking role in the future. We certainly wish him well. Those were his own words. I want to point out that Adam Kinzinger on the top right, I don't even want to go to him. We know what he's going to say from the January 6th committee and the rest. Trump, orange man, bad. It's really a repeat of what we've heard of these attack after attack, which doesn't fit the joy theme. And then on the bottom right of the screen, by the way, Hogan, you know, this is the largest crowd of anti-Israel, anti-American protesters we've seen so far. It looks relatively peaceful. It doesn't look like violence. I want to be clear and keep it in context. But the signs they have, end U.S. aid to Israel, from the river to the sea, as in genocide, wipe Israel off the map. It's a rather dramatic split screen that we've seen. Attack Trump inside the arena, attack America, I suppose, outside the arena.
Yeah, but they're attacking it inside, too. I mean, you're talking about someone in Tim Walz in there, the vice presidential pick, who said, you know, he's so Midwestern, but yet all of his policies are so radical. No one in the Midwest cares about tampons being mandated in boys' bathrooms. They'd be furious if they found out he mobilized the National Guard to shoot at people with paintballs to keep them on their porches. Of course, if those people had come out in Minnesota and said, hey, don't shoot us, even though there's COVID going on, we're going to go protest, we're part of BLM, they'd have let him go do that, of course, because he doesn't care if his city's burned to the ground in Minnesota. Complete radical. But when you talk about someone like Adam Kinzinger, who's up there right now, fascinating, and I think about this all the time. These Republicans like Adam Kinzinger, the Liz Cheneys of the world, et cetera, what Republicans do they like? Meaning, if they're so staunchly conservative, you're telling me they're the real conservatives, Donald Trump isn't a real conservative. Okay, fine, I'll buy your premise for a second. But you're telling me someone like Kamala Harris, who wants to take away your guns, raise your taxes, defund the police, tell you what kind of car you can drive, what kind of stove you can use, whatever it may be, they're a better pick. At the very least, just keep your mouth shut. Just don't go up there. Just say you're going to sit this one out. But to stand up there for someone as radical as Kamala Harris, you're supposed to be the North Star of conservatism. You didn't like DeSantis. You didn't like Nikki Haley. You didn't like anybody else out there. and
Right.
you're going to go with Kamala Harris, that shows you those folks only want political power. They only want to be relevant and invited to all the cocktail parties, so they'll sell their soul to get up on that stage just so they can get a free drink at some elitist's house in Georgetown.
Good point. Coming up is Maya Harris, sister of the vice president. Governor Roy Cooper of North Carolina, who had been considered somebody who might be the vice presidential running mate, but took himself out of it and is maybe looking at a Senate race down the road. He is going to be speaking right before Kamala Harris. So that's all coming up shortly. You see Speaker Emeritus there, Nancy Pelosi. Before you go and we start getting back to the podium, I wonder, Hogan, what you think about what your former boss is up to, because I think he's had a hell of a week, if you think about it, because everyone wants to counter-program these things. And to be honest, most of the mainstream media has not been covering his events that closely. But I've seen a little snippet here and there on CNN and other places. The economy one day, crime and safety another, national security in North Carolina yesterday, the border today. What's your sense about all of the folks who are saying, get back on the issues, Mr. President? He's done that. The betting markets are shifting back to him. We'll see where the actual polls are in battlegrounds after this convention. But what kind of a week do you think he's had?
He's had a great week, and I'll tell you what's smart about what he's doing, too, is going local. You haven't seen something on CNN? Big deal. All the local networks where he's been, they've been covering his appearances there, and they've been covering what he's talking about. When he stood along that border wall that he built today and talked to people who had loved ones killed and raped from illegal aliens and pointed out the fact that clearly whoever commits a rape, a murder, an assault, or a burglary, if they've come into this country illegally, those crimes are 100% preventable. Those are Kamala Harris's issues because she opened that border. For him to do that today was so impactful and so important. And while many in the media won't cover it today because it is the convention, it's hard to count a program on a national level, the local media saw it. And the people who cast those votes in those states saw exactly what the local media reported today, which was Donald Trump being empathetic and showing he cares a lot about the people in this country who have suffered for the last 4 years in all the categories you talked about. But today, that border image was very powerful.
It certainly was. Hogan Gidley, appreciate your insight as always. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Ed. Appreciate it.
All right, let's go to the stage again. Maya Harris, the sister of the vice president, is talking a little bit about her. Let's listen in.
And when it came to Kamala and me, Mommy had great expectations for us, but she had even greater expectations of us. She raised us to believe that we could be and do anything. And we believed her. You see, Mommy understood the power and the possibility that come with knowing and showing who you truly are. She knew we could be the authors of our own stories, just as she'd been the author of her own. Mommy's journey and the opportunity that she wanted for Kamala and me, that's a distinctly American story. We may all have different histories, different struggles, or different perspectives, but what binds us together is the fervent desire to be free, to fulfill our God-given potential. Kamala's entire life has been about fighting for each of us to have that freedom. And like so many Americans, Kamala knows what it's like to be underestimated and be counted out. She knows what it's like to be the underdog and yet still beat the odds. And now, she has...
All right, you can hear Maya Harris, the sister of the vice president. Vice President Harris will be out shortly. In the meantime, let's check in with our senior correspondent, John Huddy. It's been a long week for him. He's done outstanding work. It seems like a very large crowd behind him of anti-Israel protesters. Let's get a flavor for what's happening. John, good evening.
Yeah,
Yeah, good evening to you, and thank you for the kind words. I appreciate it, Ed. It has been a long week, I think, for all of us. But yeah, so this has been the largest crowd thus far to demonstrate the anti-Israel, anti-U.S. protesters that have been here marching from Union Park. So they basically did the loop like we saw last night. They marched from here to Union Park. They didn't go, surprisingly, we thought they were going to go from Union Park into Park 578, which is on the outer security perimeter of the United Center, where, you know, obviously all the DNC events and everything has been being held. But instead, they kept going through this area of Chicago and basically loop back. It's taken quite a while. They've returned. There's a big group of the demonstrators in the park, and then there are those who are over here basically posted up along the line of riot police. Some of them have been basically going after the police, insulting the police. Actually, the group of guys who were harassing us earlier, they were on a megaphone going up and down the line of police saying some pretty awful stuff, a lot of profanities. Obviously, I won't repeat on air, but it just gives you an idea the type of element that's here. You have a lot of chants of long live the Intifada. There was a group in front of the head of the protest that were chanting basically anti-Israel chants. And I can't repeat what they were saying on air. You probably get the picture. And that's what we've really been hearing. That's what we're hearing all night today. That's what we've been hearing throughout the course of the protests. And these guys that were bothering us and harassing us earlier on a megaphone, trying to drive us out of the park. You know, actually at one point the media surrounded us because I was telling the guy, they said they were veterans, Marine Corps veterans, and I said, put down the bullhorn and come talk to me. And the question I want to ask you, I said, I kept trying to repeat the question, but the guy had a bullhorn. I said, how can a supposed Marine Corps veteran be part of a protest that openly supports a terrorist organization that has murdered not only Israeli citizens, but American citizens, and currently has American citizens held hostage in Gaza? But they don't want to answer that question. You know, and clearly they just want to agitate. And there are those, there is that element of the agitators. We saw it on Monday here, and we're seeing it again tonight. So far, the Chicago PD and the superintendent of Chicago PD, I'm looking for him. I said hello. He's actually over here, kind of off to the side. Larry Snelling, who I talked to Tuesday night after those clashes of Antifa protesters and police outside the Israeli consulate. But he was here yesterday as well. He's been to all these demonstrations, walking with the marches, walking with the demonstrators, having his officers work with their security marshals to ensure that they're allowed to march, that they respect the officers. The Chicago PD respects their right to free speech, their right to assembly, even when they don't have marching permits. But they will not tolerate, and they don't tolerate, any violence. And that's been made clear. So I think this group understands that. They recognize that. However, there's a large contingent of demonstrators that.
Okay. All right. Obviously, there's a lot going on there, and Johnson, great reporting. So far, it's staying relatively calm, though a large crowd. I want to make a quick point. That's Roy Cooper, the governor of North Carolina. We'll go to him in a second. Donald Trump is, as we teed up earlier, saying that once Kamala Harris starts speaking, by the way, he's going to do running commentary on Truth Social. He just said something important. He says, thank you to Brian Kemp of Georgia for all your help and support, where a win is so important to the success of our party. I look forward to working with you, your team, and all my friends in Georgia to help make America great again. Important, because remember, Georgia is close. Donald Trump got some heat a few weeks ago for attacking Brian Kemp. He's now saying they're back together and are going to win Georgia together. Important. Watch that. In the meantime, here is the governor of North Carolina promoting Kamala Harris. Let's listen.
She's going to do, who never will settle for less. America, we got a lot of big fights ahead of us, and we've got one hell of a fighter ready to take them on. I know that because I know her. And tonight, I want the American people to know
even if you don't agree with her on everything, Kamala Harris will fight for you to the very end. For families who need better health care or a safer place to live, Kamala will fight for you. For parents who want better schools for their kids, for workers worried about a secure retirement for themselves, Kamala will fight for you. For any one of our allies anywhere in the world wondering if America still has your back, remember this: Kamala will fight for you. And when she fights, we win. Kamala's ready. Kamala's ready. The question is, are we? Are we going to stand up and fight for Kamala like she'll stand up and fight for us? All right. If you're ready, my home state of North Carolina, stand up. Stand up, Pennsylvania. Stand up, Michigan. Stand up, Wisconsin. Stand up, Georgia. Stand up, Nevada. Stand up, Arizona. Stand up, America. Are we going to stand up? Are we going to fight? Are we going to vote? Are we going to win? You bet we are. Let's go get them.
Right after this, before the, hang on, yeah.
She grew up in a tight-knit neighborhood.
All right.
It was the kind of place where your neighbor would look after you in school.
There's a little promotional video for Kamala Harris. The Democrats are going to push some more propaganda. We're going to pay some bills. We'll take a quick break. On the other side, we should be hearing very shortly from Vice President Harris.
Are you getting everything from Medicare you deserve? You need Medicare for You. It reveals how to maximize benefits while improving your health care. Medicare for You shows you how to reduce costs, improve coverage, get procedures approved, and avoid 4 big mistakes and scams. Make sure Medicare works for you. Get Medicare for You at bookstores or see the free offer. Go online now or call today. Your health is too important to wait.
In the early morning hours of May 2nd, 2011, the Central Intelligence Agency launched Operation Neptune Spear and set into motion a mission to bring one of the world's most notorious terrorists to justice. All indications were that Osama bin Laden was asleep as the U.S. Naval Special Warfare Development Group, known as SEAL Team 6, approached his highly secured 3-story Pakistani-based compound. When located in his living quarters on the 3rd floor of his compound, the head of the Islamist group Al-Qaeda was found using his young wife as a shield. The Obama administration reported the 54-year-old terrorist was given a traditional Islamic burial at sea. 9 years, 7 months, and 21 days following his infamous attack on New York's Twin Towers, killing thousands of innocent civilians, its mastermind, Osama bin Laden, was dead.
Does the state of this economy have your head spinning? Let American Medical Plans relieve one burden: health insurance. American Medical Plans specializes in under 65 health insurance plans that have 0 copays and no deductibles. You choose your doctors and hospitals. These plans have nothing to do with your income and are 30 to 60% less than Obamacare. If you're paying too much for your own health insurance, call American Medical Plans. You deserve better. They will customize a plan managed by you, not the government.
I heard you weren't too happy with this particular network, Fox, but I was always watching. No, I understand you exactly, but not exactly friendly. Greg Kelly over at Newsmax. The Newsmax people have been really, really terrific. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions are tired of Fox, and they're switching to Newsmax Plus. It's the fastest growing streaming service in America. You don't need woke Disney and Hulu anymore. Just get Newsmax Plus. Watch the best shows like Greg Kelly, Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, and Carl Higbie. And get incredible analysis from Dick Morris, Alan Dershowitz, Carrie Lake, Mike Huckabee, and more. It's free to start. So go to NewsmaxPlus.com now to sign up and watch Newsmax anytime, anywhere. Vote for America 2024. The Democratic National Convention.
All right, Ed Henry reporting. Final night of the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. We're just a couple moments away, we think, from Vice President Kamala Harris coming up to the podium and officially accepting the Democratic presidential nomination. On screen left, you can see they're showing a little promotional video to tee her up before she comes out. There are some reporters posting photos of the stage and saying there's now been a curtain added to one side where guests walk off, a curtain to maybe hide one or more surprise guests who may either join the vice president or follow her. There's rumors of performances by Bianca and others, perhaps. So they're rolling out the celebrities. They've been doing that for 4 days. What they haven't given us is a whole lot of substance in terms of new policy proposals or even variations on old policy proposals. We might even take that just so we might know how Kamala Harris plans to fight inflation or any number of issues. It appears the vice president is walking out, obviously to wild applause. Let's listen in as she gets ready to accept the nomination.
Thank you so very much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Okay, let's get to business. Let's get to business. All right. by thanking my most incredible husband, Doug, for being an incredible partner to me, an incredible father to Cole and Ella, and happy anniversary, Dougie. I love you so very much. To our President Joe Biden, when I think about the path that we have traveled together, Joe, I am filled with gratitude. Your record is extraordinary, as history will show, and your character is inspiring. And Doug and I love you and Jill and are forever thankful to you both. And to Coach Tim Walz, you are going to be an incredible vice president. And to the delegates and everyone who has put your faith in our campaign, your support is humbling. So, America, the path that led me here in recent weeks was no doubt unexpected. But I'm no stranger to unlikely journeys. So my mother, our mother, Kamala Harris, had one of her own. And I miss her every day, and especially right now. And I know she's looking down smiling. I know that. So my mother was 19 when she crossed the world alone, traveling from India to California with an unshakable dream to be the scientist who would cure breast cancer. When she finished school, she was supposed to return home to a traditional arranged marriage. But as fate would have it, she met my father, Donald Harris, a student from Jamaica. They fell in love and got married, and that act of self-determination made my sister Maya and me. Growing up, we moved a lot. I will always remember that big Mayflower truck packed with all our belongings, ready to go to Illinois, to Wisconsin, and wherever our parents' jobs took us. My early memories of our parents together are very joyful ones. A home filled with laughter and music, Aretha, Coltrane, and Miles. At the park, my mother would say, "Stay close." But my father would say, as he smiled, "Run, Kamala, run. Don't be afraid. Don't let anything stop you." From my earliest years, he taught me to be fearless. But the harmony between my parents did not last. When I was in elementary school, they split up. And it was mostly my mother who raised us. Before she could finally afford to buy a home, she rented a small apartment in the East Bay. In the Bay, you either live in the hills or the flatlands. We lived in the flats. A beautiful working-class neighborhood of firefighters, nurses, and construction workers, who tended their lawns with pride. My mother, she worked long hours, and like many working parents, she leaned on a trusted circle to help raise us. Mrs. Shelton, who ran the daycare below us and became a second mother. Uncle Sherman, Aunt Mary, Uncle Freddie, Auntie Chris. None of them family by blood, and all of them family by love. Family who taught us how to make gumbo, how to play chess, and sometimes even let us win. family who loved us, believed in us, and told us we could be anything and do anything. They instilled in us the values they personified: community, faith, and the importance of treating others as you would want to be treated, with kindness, respect, and compassion. My mother was a brilliant, 5-foot-tall, brown woman with an accent. And as the eldest child, I saw how the world would sometimes treat her. But my mother never lost her cool. She was tough, courageous, a trailblazer in the fight for women's health, and she taught Maya and me a lesson that Michelle mentioned the other night. She taught us to never complain about injustice, but do something about it. Do something about it. That was my mother. And she taught us, and she also taught us, and never do anything half-assed. And that is a direct quote. A direct quote. I grew up immersed in the ideals of the civil rights movement. My parents had met at a civil rights gathering, and they made sure that we learned about civil rights leaders, including the lawyers like Thurgood Marshall and Constance Baker Motley, those who battled in the courtroom to make real the promise of America. So at a young age, I decided I wanted to do that work. I wanted to be a lawyer. And when it came time to choose the type of law I would pursue, I reflected on a pivotal moment in my life. You see, when I was in high school, I started to notice something about my best friend, Wanda. She was sad at school, and there were times she didn't want to go home. So one day I asked if everything was all right, and she confided in me that she was being sexually abused by her stepfather. And I immediately told her she had to come stay with us, and she did. This is one of the reasons I became a prosecutor, to protect people like Wanda, because I believe everyone has a right to safety, to dignity, and to justice. As a prosecutor, when I had a case, I charged it not in the name of the victim, but in the name of the people. For a simple reason. In our system of justice, a harm against any one of us is a harm against all of us. And I would often explain this to console survivors of crime, to remind them no one should be made to fight alone. We are all in this together. And every day in the courtroom, I stood proudly before a judge and I said 5 words: Kamala Harris for the people. And to be clear, my entire career, I've only had one client, the people. And so, on behalf of the people, on behalf of every American, regardless of party, race, gender, or the language your grandmother speaks, on behalf of my mother and everyone who has ever set out on their own unlikely journey, on behalf of Americans like the people I grew up with, people who work hard, chase their dreams, and look out for one another. On behalf of everyone whose story could only be written in the greatest nation on earth, I accept your nomination to be President of the United States of America. And with this election, our nation with this election has a precious, fleeting opportunity to move past the bitterness, cynicism, and divisive battles of the past, a chance to chart a new way forward. Not as members of any one party or faction, but as Americans. And let me say, I know there are people of various political views watching tonight, and I want you to know, I promise to be a president for all Americans. You can always trust me to put country above party and self, to hold sacred America's fundamental principles, from the rule of law to free and fair elections to the peaceful transfer of power. I will be a president who unites us around our highest aspirations, a president who leads and listens, who is realistic, practical, and has common sense, and always fights for the American people. From the courthouse to the White House, that has been my life's work. As a young courtroom prosecutor in Oakland, California, I stood up for women and children against predators who abuse them. As Attorney General of California, I took on the big banks, delivered $20 billion from middle-class families who faced foreclosure, and helped pass a homeowner Bill of Rights, one of the first of its kind in the nation. I stood up for veterans and students being scammed by big for-profit colleges, for workers who are being cheated out of their wages, the wages they were due, for seniors facing elder abuse. I fought against the cartels who traffic in guns and drugs and human beings, who threaten the security of our border and the safety of our communities. And I will tell you, these fights were not easy, and neither were the elections that put me in those offices. We were underestimated at practically every turn, but we never gave up, because the future is always worth fighting for. For America's future. Fellow Americans, this election is not only the most important of our lives, it is one of the most important in the life of our nation. In many ways, Donald Trump is an unserious man. But the consequences of putting Donald Trump back in the White House are extremely serious. Consider not only the chaos and calamity when he was in office, but also the gravity of what has happened since he lost the last election. Donald Trump tried to throw away your votes. When he failed, he sent an armed mob to the United States Capitol, where they assaulted law enforcement officers. When politicians in his own party begged him to call off the mob and send help, he did the opposite. He fanned the flames. And now, for an entirely different set of crimes, he was found guilty of fraud by a jury of everyday Americans and separately found liable for committing sexual abuse. And consider what he intends to do if we give him power again. Consider his explicit intent to set free violent extremists who assaulted those law enforcement officers at the Capitol. His explicit intent to jail journalists, political opponents, and anyone he sees as the enemy. His explicit intent to deploy our active duty military against our own citizens. Consider